found what I needed, at least what I think. You never know.
That's how they feel.
Like to call to order the regular city council meeting for Riviera Beach, February 5th, 2020, 6:03 p.m. Madam Roll Call,
Mayor Ronnie Felder,
Here.
Chairperson Kashamba Miller Anderson,
present.
Chair Pro Tem Julia Botel,
Here.
Councilperson Trodrick McCoy.
Here.
Councilperson Shirley Lanier. Here. Councilperson Douglas Lawson.
Here.
City Manager Jonathan Evans.
Present.
City Clerk Claudine Anthony is present. City Attorney Don Nguyen.
Here.
You may proceed.
All right, we'll have a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilwoman Lanier.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do we have any additions, deletions, or substitutions?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have two items. If I can have the city clerk read those items into the record.
Madam Chair, there was a revision to item number 15. The revision that was made to the heading of the ordinance was to include the language amending Chapter 2, Section 2-106.1, created by ordinance number 978. We also have number 7 from the consent agenda that's being moved to 17A.
Wait, hold on. What did we do to 15?
15, item number 15, language was added to the heading. The language of amending Chapter 2, Section 2-106.1, created by ordinance number 978 was added to the heading.
Okay.
Number 7 of the, on the consent agenda has been moved to 17A.
Madam Chair, if I may also, item 23, I would ask that the board consider taking that item under consent. It's an appointment of a member to the Surtax Committee. The board had previously discussed the individual, Ms. Marvelous Washington, to be appointed to that committee. This is the documentation that allows for us to effectuate that particular action. So staff is asking for the board to consider taking that under consent as it is routine in nature.
All right, council okay with that being moved, number 23 being moved to consent?
Yes, I have a few ads.
I'm saying for this one here, you
Oh,
okay
yes, I'm
with
fine with
23 being put under consent?
Yes.
All right. All right, is that it, Mr. Evans?
Yes, Madam Chair, that's it for staff.
All right. Mr. McCoy, what did you have?
I wanted to do a community benefits edition for the National Associations of National Association of Black Women in Construction for $1,000.
Say that one more time. What was it to?
National Association of Black Women in Construction.
Have we, have they done one before?
No, ma'am.
Madam Chair, we would request that if the board is to approve this item, approve it contingent on them having the appropriate paperwork and it being cleared through finance. And from the information that I've obtained from Councilman McCoy's email, they do have the appropriate documentation. We just need to route it through finance.
Okay. All right. So, Miss Anthony, that's number 10,
That would be
9A. And the surtax, we're going to just keep it as 23?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. I just have a question about this. Says community benefits request on consent to be executed by chair. What is that? Why is that there? That's never been there before.
Madam Chair, the Office of the City Clerk was directed by the City Manager to advise what documents need to be executed by you.
That's not correct, because that was taken off. The chair doesn't sign off on those community benefits. for whoever, I'm just putting this on the record.
Okay.
The form, the second form, and this has been for about 3 years now. The second form where the signatures are, the chair does not authorize the approval of the community benefits. The council votes on it. And so that should have been removed some time ago, and I think there are various forms that are out there. One of them, it was removed. And maybe the ones that we're looking at now may not have it removed, but the chair does not sign off on anyone's community benefits other than that theirs. So each council person signs off on their own, and then the council votes for it. The chair has no authority to deny or approve, so it was a moot point to have it there. All right. So we will not have that on there next time. All right, anyone else need to add anything?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay.
I have 3 presentations that I want to get added to the agenda.
Tonight?
Is
For
tonight
tonight?
wouldn't be good?
If we're willing to be here, we can certainly do that.
Well,
You
you know
want
what?
to-
I
You'll hold
respect
off to
the
next
members.
time?
Yeah, I'll defer to another meeting, but
Thank you.
can I ask the member who has these presentations a question?
Sure.
Councilman Lawson, so the items, are we taking action on these?
No, these are going to be discussion items, introductions to the council and to the staff and to the city from the different organizations. They're going to be limited to 2 to 3 minutes per presentation, and then we're going to be requested to speak to the rest of the dais on a one-on-one basis, and also possibly to the staff after presentations.
So these are merely introductions. Is there anything specific that's being asked of an individual member or the council as a whole?
No, sir. It's just going to be an introduction to each organization that's listed on the agenda, and also contacts for our residents and communication so that they can speak to these different organizations when in time of need or support.
Okay, would you be okay to take that after the business that we have to handle?
I do have the members here from the organizations, so depending on their time and availability, they were scheduled to be at the beginning of the meeting.
Okay, so if it's not anything that we have to take any legislative action on, I mean, whatever they want to introduce to us as members, can that be obtained in one-on-one meetings?
I'd actually prefer to have it presented to the dais as the meeting tonight.
Okay. Okay, I just really have, an issue with us just arbitrarily hearing ideas from people and organizations. And I mean, certainly all due respect to you, Councilman Lawson, I just begin to have this routine where we just have anybody get up and say whatever they want, and they have unfettered access to speak to us as members of the board and to the public, when I believe what they're potentially attempting to accomplish can be obtained in one-on-one meetings. And we have a very lengthy agenda, and I don't want to belabor this because just like I wanted to offer a presentation, every member can offer a presentation of organizations that we think are deserving, because it comes to almost be like the Shark Tank. But, I'm in opposition of, 3 presentations in addition to the one that we, traditionally have regarding the Black History Month. So, I would oppose it, but, it's up to the members.
Madam Chair?
I'm fine with it being on there, considering it was already on the agenda and we've had it for several days now. However, maybe that's something in our comments at the end of the meeting. We may want to see about having an item added on, or maybe during a workshop that we may have sometime down the line, or maybe during another meeting, we can kind of hash out what we think is appropriate as a presentation, but for tonight, I think it would be appropriate to move forward since the people are here. And he said it's just 2 to 3 minutes, so if we can get going with our meeting, we can probably be through with all of it in about 10 or 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, anything else? All right, disclosures by council.
Madam Chair,
Mhm.
I've had numerous meetings with Ellen Smith from Waste Management on the topic that's being discussed this evening.
All right, and I don't think we've talked, we put that on the record, I think, during the workshop maybe. But yes, had a conversation with her as well about the initiative that's on the agenda. Anyone else? All right, can we have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Lawson,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier. Yes. Councilperson McCoy.
Yes.
Pro Tem Botel.
Yes.
Chair Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
All right. Members of the public shall be given a total of 3 minutes to speak on all items listed on the consent agenda. Any person who would like to speak on consent agenda items, please fill out a public comment card located on the table directly outside of the council chambers and give it to the staff prior to the adoption of the agenda. All matters listed under this item are considered to be routine and action will be taken by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council person so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered in its normal sequence on the agenda. Do we have any council persons that would like to remove an item from the consent agenda?
Yes, number 5.
All right, so we're going to pull number 5 to the regular agenda. Anyone else? All right, can we have a motion to accept the consent agenda minus number 5?
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk? I'm sorry, did we have any public comment for consent?
Madam Chair, we do have public comment cards for consent agenda. The acceptance of public comment cards for the consent agenda is now closed. Madam Chair, please also be reminded that item number 7 is now 17A on the agenda.
What's that?
Item number 7 under the consent agenda is now 17A, according to the addition to deletion revision sheet.
Well, we need to mention that. Did we mention that on the
Yes,
deletion?
I did, Madam Chair.
That's the one you were talking about?
That, I had 2 items that I mentioned at the beginning. And it is indicated on the addition deletion revision sheet.
But that was 7.
7 is now 17A. So number 7 is under the consent.
Well, you know,
agenda.
this was just sitting up here on the counter, so if we haven't had a chance to read this stuff, then that would probably be part of the problem. So number 7 is 17A. Correct?
Correct.
All right. We're ready for the motion, to go ahead and call the vote, please.
So we're going to take the public comments?
If she has any, she can go ahead and do it.
Bonnie Larson, Alan Schultz.
Good evening, Bonnie Larson. I have a comment about number 5 on the consent agenda, and that's transferring funds, $2,500 from the contingency to the Riviera Beach Fishing
Jermaine,
Academy.
Madam Chair, that's not even on the consent.
We pulled it off of consent, so it'll be coming up in a minute for the regular
Oh,
agenda.
this is 5. You pulled
Number
that too
5.
off?
Number
It's
5
gonna
is
go
what we
to
pulled.
number,
Number 5 is the one that we pulled off that will be
I thought
in
you
the
pulled
regular
off- I
agenda.
thought you pulled off 7.
She
moved
just
that
said that one as
17A.
well. Number 5 is what, who was that? Mr. McCoy asked to be pulled.
Okay, so it'll go somewhere else.
And as soon as we take the vote, we'll come back to 5. Do we have any other consent?
Oh, you were speaking on item number 5 as well, correct?
No, number 6,
Well,
number 6.
Okay,
Alan Schultz, Riviera Beach.
good evening.
I was hoping that I wanted to officially ask that, as far as item number 6, this $875,000 that we're gonna pay as a settlement to Fane Lozman, I hope there's gonna be some discussion about this tonight, that there'll be some questions, there'll be some explanations to the folks of the city, taxpayers like myself, about why we're gonna pay Mr. Fane Lozman $875,000. I hope it's not pushed under the rug. We just don't do some quick vote on this and not explain to the people. Because you can say this has, it's all covered by insurance, and, that's a lot of BS, because the insurance is gonna go up because of, things like this. So I'd like an explanation to the taxpayers, what went on here. A detailed one, as much detail as we can possibly get here tonight. Because it just seems, I see you all argue over $2,500, $500. I've seen you argue over, which kids we should send to a particular meeting, So $875,000, and I'm sure that doesn't even include outside attorney's costs, probably doesn't include a lot of other costs that are built in here, including costs of insurance that are gonna go up as a result of a major coverage like this. So, for God's sakes, let's explain to the public what went on here. This just snuck up on the agenda as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you.
that concludes public comment.
All right. Ms. Nguyen, would you just acknowledge why we have it on the consent And that we did have a closed executive session at some point?
I don't believe that we had a
Or
closed
maybe we did,
executive
okay.
session, but we had individual meetings. It's very self-explanatory. A copy of the settlement agreement is in the backup. It's a settlement of a 2008 case that was initiated against the city for alleged violations of constitutional rights by Mr. Lozman. And this settlement is in the best interest of the city. It is a $1 nominal damage fee or amount to Mr. Lozman, and the remainder is attorney's fees and costs. $500,000 of that $875,000 goes to the Stanford University Law Clinic for their work on behalf of, their pro bono work on behalf of Mr. Lozman at the U.S. Supreme Court. Had we gone to trial, we would have incurred much more costs and outside counsel fees, and if we were not successful, our attorney's fees would have been higher on Mr. Lozman's side.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, that ends consent, public comments.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, we're ready for a vote.
Councilperson Lawson,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Pro Tem Botel,
Yes.
Chair Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
All right, item number 5.
Resolution number 11-20, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving the transfer of funds in the amount of $2,500 from the contingency account to the Riviera Beach, Florida Fishing Academy for marine tech educational enhancement opportunities for the benefit of children within the community and provide an effective date.
Have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right.
Madam Chair, do you want to take public comment on this at this time?
We'll have Mr. Evans or whoever do a presentation. Dr. Votel?
Yeah, this is part of the $5,000 allocation that each council person, and I think the mayor, if I'm not mistaken, as well, I'm not sure. And even those of us who don't have a geographical district have $5,000 to spend on educational endeavors. And because the Florida Fishing Academy is so much a part of the workforce development work that we do, and Rich Brochu has taken out many of our Riviera Beach children on the boats and taught them how to fish. And because, again, he's part of the Workforce Development Task Force Initiative, I felt that this expenditure of half of the allocation that I have was most appropriate.
All right, we have public comment for 5?
Yes, Madam Chair.
All right, we'll go to public comment and then come back to the board.
Bonnie Larson?
Bonnie Larson, Ms. Botel, I think you just answered my question. I had no idea. So each what you said is each council person has $5,000 per year to spend on something educational?
Yes.
We'll
Aha.
you come back, once you come back to your comment.
Sorry. Okay, because I know we give him $2,500 every month automatically for his work at the marina, but that includes students from all over, not just Riviera Beach. They're students, and that has to be because of his qualifications to have that entity. Okay, I didn't realize each one had 5,000 education expenditure. I've never heard of it before. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, that concludes public comment.
All right. Mr. McCoy?
So, yeah, I certainly support it. However, the title was definitely different than what Councilperson Lawson's title was 2 months ago. It specifically said District 5 educational dollars. This doesn't say that. So I was a little concerned, was it something outside of education? Okay. So, Madam Chair, if I may, so, Madam Pro Tem, so who put this resolution together? Did you word this?
Probably Sammy.
Okay. So I just was concerned because I thought this was something different than the educational dollars because it didn't mention the education dollars from District 4.
I'd have to ask our finance department if you got any advice about that, or.
But we
But when
can
it
just
says
put on
contingency,
record.
right?
We can just put on record to make sure that it's
That's what it is.
Right, but
updated.
when it says contingency, that kind of lends to the idea that we're taking it out of
From someplace
the
else.
manager's contingency.
Mr. Evans or Mr. Sherman, it's a total of 20, is it 25 or $30,000 for the education that we have put out?
I believe it's
Aside.
actually, it may be 35 from a carry forward from previous budget, but Mr. Sherman can provide some more.
And then just let us know where it sits until we want to use it.
Yeah,
And
it does sit in, sorry, Randy Sherman, Finance Director. Yeah, the funds are budgeted in the contingency account. And this year it was $30,000. And yes, there is a carryover from the prior year, but this year is $30,000. And I apologize for resolution. I did not, if you look at it, I didn't see it before it was put on the agenda, but you're right. And it should have said education, but we'll note it and make sure it comes out of the appropriate
I'm
account.
proud to support it.
all right,
In
Thank
fact, I
you.
just supported them on another item when you were out.
all right. Thank you, teamwork. Anyone else? Any other questions from anyone?
Well, we already got a motion.
Okay. All right, Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Lawson,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier. Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Pro Tem Botel,
Yes.
Chair Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
All right, any person who, that was the end of our consent agenda. Any person who would like to speak on an agenda item, please fill out a public comment card located on the table directly outside of the council chambers and give it to the staff prior to the item being presented to City Council for discussion. Members of the public will be given 3 minutes to speak on each regular agenda item. In no event will anyone be allowed to submit a comment card and speak on an agenda item after the resolution is read or item considered. We don't have any unfinished business, no petitions and communications for filings, awards and presentations, item number 10.
Resolution number 1520, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, celebrating and honoring Black History Month and providing an effective date. Madam Chair, we do not have any public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards on this item is now closed.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Manager.
Madam Chair, if I can have Ms. Marcia Noel, Assistant to the City Manager, present this item.
Good evening, everybody. How
Good
are you?
evening.
I have the wonderful opportunity today to present to you for approval a resolution honoring and celebrating Black History Month. As many of you know, this is a month in which the country celebrates the amazing work of African Americans that have contributed to the advancement of minorities throughout history. And it is because of their sacrifice, hard work, and determination that we sit here today and live the dream that they worked for. And therefore, we join other cities in recognizing this special month. And in doing so, I would also like to read the resolution. And whereas during Black History Month, we celebrate the many achievements and contributions made by African Americans in our economic, cultural, spiritual, and political development. And whereas in 1915, Dr. Carter Godwin Woodson, a noted Black scholar and son of former slaves, founded the Association for the Study of Negro Life and History, which was later renamed the Association for the Study of African American Life and History. And whereas Dr. Woodson initiated Black History Week, February 12, 1926. And whereas for many years, the second week of February, chosen as to coincide with the birthdays of Frederick Douglass and Abraham Lincoln, was celebrated by African Americans in the United States. And whereas in 1976, as part of the nation's bicentennial, Black History Week was expanded and became established as Black History Month, and is now celebrated all over North America. And whereas the city of Riviera Beach wishes to celebrate and honor the abundant sacrifices of African Americans throughout the history of America, whose contributions have led the way for freedom from oppression and the ability to achieve life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for all African Americans. And whereas the city of Riviera Beach observes Black History Month and calls our nation's attention to the continual need to battle racism and to build a society that lives up to its democratic ideals. And lastly, this is our call of action to the community, that all members of the City of Riviera Beach community be encouraged to honor and celebrate Black History Month by recognizing the accomplishments of African Americans throughout history. And so staff recommendation is for your approval of the resolution.
So moved.
You have a second?
Second.
All right.
All right,
Thank you
thank you.
so much.
Yep.
You said we didn't have public comment cards, correct? All right. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Lawson,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier. Yes. Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Pro Tem Botel,
Yes.
Chair Millie Anderson.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Item 11.
Presentation by Paragon.
All right, Mr. Manager, Mr. Lawson.
Madam Chair, if I can have Councilman Lawson lead in these three presentations.
All right, Mr.
Thank you, Madam
Lawson.
Chair. Colleagues, I want to thank you guys for allowing these organizations to actually speak tonight and to discuss some of the needs that are desperately needed here in our community. For a number of years, I've noticed that the issues and concerns within a lot of the residents are been really politicized, and I want to try to attempt to depoliticize a lot of the concerns of our residents by allowing them to work and partner with the organizations in the community versus coming to the council for certain things that these different organizations here and the number of organizations in the community are able to help. I want us to start with these three and then set up meetings with our council and colleagues and then also our staff to discuss all the organizations that are willing to kind of support these local housing complexes, these businesses, these individuals and residents that truly need the support of the council, but should be going to the entities that are here and in place to assist us. So I'm going to give each organization about 2 to 3 minutes just to give an overview, insight of what they do, and then at the end we're going to just have a brief discussion outlining how we can get them involved with the city.
Okay, so we'll put the clock up for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good
Good
evening.
evening, everyone. Thank you for having me here. My name is Maria Cole, and I am the president and director of Paragon, Florida. Prior to my position with Paragon, I was on the board of Paragon for 9 years. And if you don't know, we are a community development financial institution, which operates as a bank for underserved communities. Our primary focus is on minority and women-owned small businesses. We've done small business training here in Riviera Beach in partnership with the Riviera Beach CRA. And our philosophy is that businesses can't thrive without a thriving community. And we have focused on what is it and trying to identify what is it are those things in terms of job skills, training, and opportunities that are not just for the business owner, but for the residents of a community. I wanted to speak briefly on what we were actually doing with the situation that came up with respect to recently evicted residents and families from the Stony Brook development. And I discussed it in terms of past, present, and future. We can't do anything about what has happened in the past, but what we have been managed to do with the 4 families that were evicted is immediately get at least one family member of each one of those families employed through Another Chance staffing services. And because at least one member of those families is employed, they are able to access resources from the county through Adopt a Family to be able to secure housing that way. One of our partners within the community is Community Partners, and I talked to Councilman Lawson about bringing them on board to discuss future housing opportunities for them, as well as behavioral health resources, because we know that poverty is traumatic and displacement is traumatic, and especially for our children. And we encourage you to seek us out as a resource in the community, because we're here and we are actually doing some of these things already for you. All right? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And then next I wanted to bring up Community Partners, which is another local organization here in the community.
Did anyone have any questions or comments for Paragon? All right. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Jamie Lee Brown, and I work for Community Partners of South Florida. We wanted to share that Community Partners of South Florida is located on Blue Heron Boulevard, and that we have about 40 programs, 230 staff providing services around the county, but more specifically in Riviera Beach. Riviera Beach is home to our bridges at Riviera Beach, supporting families learn capacity skills so that they can thrive in their community. And then also we have behavioral health programs that are served in the home and in the community, as well as many financial and housing programs that I will invite our CEO, Scott Hansel, up to speak more about.
Thank you for having us tonight. As Jamie said, we've been really involved in the community. We want to get more involved as an economic partner, as well as a behavioral health and as a community services partner. We are a lender. We have a down payment assistance program. We also do first mortgage lending as a broker. We've been working closely with Paragon to try to bring some of that together, and we've worked very closely with Ms. Anita Jenkins on we conduct the home buyers program. We've done 4 of those. We got another one coming up in February. It's an 8-week program where we help train people to be home buyers, and then provide the lending to go along with that, the down payment assistance and matching programs so that they have money to do that. The other things that we can do, everything from single family development and multifamily development and gap financing for those programs as well. So we're an active member here in the community. We want to be a better partner than maybe we have been in the past, but we also worked with Ms. Anita to do the Opportunity Zone program with the Florida Housing Coalition recently as well. But we thank you for the time. We certainly would like to meet with each of you individually to talk more about what we do and how we can be a better partner on the economic mobility side as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, questions, comments from the board?
And then the
Alright.
last organization, Adopt a Family. And then if all the individuals could come back up just to give your contact information of where people can reach you from the community as well.
Good evening.
Good evening. First off, I want to thank everyone for this opportunity. My name is Matt Constantine. I serve as the CEO of Adopt a Family. I've worked there for 18 years. My first position there, we had a satellite office, and my job as a social worker was to provide homeless prevention services strictly to the city of Riviera Beach. So a little bit about our agency. We were founded in 1983, and our mission is to restore families in crisis to stability and self-sufficiency. A lot of the work that we do centers on housing. So we really operate out of 3 areas where we serve families who are experiencing homelessness. We serve families who are at risk of becoming homeless, and we also operate an after-school program for kids who have been through traumatic events and have lived through formerly homeless situations. So in our homeless intervention program, we operate an emergency shelter in West Palm Beach, Program REACH. We also serve on the family side of the Senator Phil Lewis Center, and we also have housing units in Lake Worth. In the homeless prevention arena, we serve over 200 families a year who receive 3-day notices and eviction notices, and we work really hard to make sure that they stay housed and don't have to enter the front door of the homeless system. And again, we also have additional housing units in Lake Worth to serve families who are in need of affordable housing, truly affordable housing. And finally, our after-school program I mentioned, that's in Lake Worth, and it's an opportunity for us to serve kids that have been through a great deal, have seen things that they shouldn't have seen, have moved 5 or 6 times within the last 12 months, and try to work really hard to get them back on grade. We have a long-standing relationship with the city of Riviera Beach, and again, I'm grateful to have this opportunity to be up here to present to you guys, and our contact information are in the folders that has our annual report and other marketing materials. But we're, and I would love to have individual discussions with each of you, and would also love to have you come down to our office to see firsthand what we do. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair. Excuse me. I was at a meeting maybe 6 or 8 months ago about the establishment of the second Lewis Center. How is that progressing? I think that there was some objection by the people who lived in that community. Is it moving forward?
So it passed the BCC. I do believe there's some litigation involved with some of the neighborhood residents, but it's my understanding that it's moving forward, and it's really, I don't know if you guys saw the post today, there was a big article about John Prince Park. And it's really hoping to target that Lake Worth corridor where there are a lot of folks that are experiencing homelessness. So, yeah, and that one is also going to be more significantly targeting singles, individuals. It's not a population we serve, but obviously we need all hands on deck. It's an issue that we're, as a community, affordable housing and housing for homeless populations, we're behind.
Yeah. Well, thank you for the work you do.
Thank you. Thanks again for the opportunity.
And if you can just give your contact information for residents that are watching at home, and then maybe want to go back and watch this video, how they can reach out to Adopt a Family.
Sure. So can I just say it? Okay. Our number is 561-253-1361. and our email or our website, which is actually really helpful. And there's a contact opportunity there, and descriptions of our programs is www.adoptivefamilypbc, as in Palm Beach County.org.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
question for Mr. Constantine.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Constantine, you have a location here on the north end?
The closest that we are would be the Senator Lewis Center or Program Reach, which is off Palm Beach Lakes, so 45th Street and Palm Beach Lakes. Years ago, we had an office on Park, in 10th Street in Lake Park.
If I can, how are you funded?
It's we have a really disparate group, funding stream. So we have funding, government, United Way, private foundations. We do a lot of fundraising, so it sort of all comes together. It would be hard to pick a top funder.
Well, just really quickly, do you have any restricted funding, like as far as, I guess, assistance that you offer for people or individuals that's been displaced, like restricted funding for geographical area?
We don't have it restricted for geographical area. We serve all of Palm Beach County, but we do have funding that's restricted, for example, for homeless prevention activities that we can only spend on those families that have 3-day notices.
Okay, so my next question is, and members, if I can have your attention, so would your organization be open to accepting contributions from the city by way of community benefits solely for individuals that's within the city of Riviera Beach that's been displaced?
I think we would be open to that.
Okay. All right. Well, certainly I want to have a further conversation because I know we often get calls of people that are displaced, and sometimes it's so short notice, like it's really difficult to find out, where we can find some resources or some assistance. And I'd be happy to support something so long as that those resources come from.
They can't hear you.
It comes. They're designated for
To the
individuals
residents.
that live in Riviera Beach, and my idea is that they would kind of stay in Riviera Beach, so that
Sure.
if they're displaced, then the money isn't traveling, to another city or somewhere different. But I would happily, be open to kind of having that conversation on how we can initiate something from the city, at least from our community benefits as individual council members.
Thank you, council member. Yes.
All right, thanks, and I'll make sure we're in touch.
Okay.
And one more question, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Just to piggyback off of Mr. McCoy's question about the restricted funds, we're also looking at housing for people living with HIV and AIDS. So we can have a conversation about that as well.
Great. Yep. We just attended the Rapid Results group meeting. I don't know, and that's thankfully a big push that's going to be coming down to the county, which is needed. Thank you again.
All right,
Thanks.
thank you.
Madam Chair, and
Yes.
based on the discussion, this is actually one of the reasons I wanted the entire dais to sit down together to be presented with this information. Because of our busy schedules and the ability to meet with all three organizations, a 10-minute presentation just for introductions to really move forward with it would be engaging for us. And I love Councilman McCoy's idea of actually supporting the organization to directly fund residents within the city. So that was definitely great feedback for us. Ms. Cole?
Hi, Paragon Florida is located in downtown West Palm Beach and in the Arthritis Foundation building. It's 400 Hibiscus Street, Suite 200. We also have co-working space there, so we've offered our co-working space to residents to come if they need to use a computer, make copies and things like that as well. My phone number is 561-282-1867, and our website is www.paragonfl.org.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you.
Hi, yes, Scott Hansel again, CEO of Community Partners. So we can be reached at 561-841-3500. Our website is cp-cto.org, and you can access all of our programs through that or through the phone call. And we are located 2001 Blue Heron in Congress.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Thank you all so much for coming out. We appreciate you providing that information, and thank Mr. Lawson for bringing them to our attention. And like I said earlier, maybe we can kind of discuss how we can do this so that it doesn't, impact the meeting. But I do think the information was quite impressive, and I think the public needed to know, because you are correct, Mr. Lawson, we do have a number of calls where we're not able to provide that assistance, and we do have these nonprofit and different organizations that can assist. So we appreciate you all for coming out. Thank you so much. All right, next we have So that was, Paragon was number 11, Community Partners was number 12, Adopt a Family was number 13. No public hearings. Ordinance on first reading.
Ordinance number 4143, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, amending City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 31, entitled Zoning, Article 1, entitled In General, Section 31-1, entitled Definitions, by adding a definition for self-service storage, and amending Chapter 31, Zoning, Article 5, District Regulations, Division 18, IG, General Industrial District, Section 31-382, Use Regulations, by adding self-service storage as a special exception use, and amending Chapter 31, Article 7,
Pull your
off-street
mic up,
parking.
Ms. Anthony.
Section 31-577, off-street parking ratios, by adding parking requirements for self-service storage facilities, providing for codification, conflicts, and severability, and providing an effective date. Madam Chair, we do not have any public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards on this item is now closed.
All right. I have
So
a
moved.
motion.
Second.
All right, Mr. Evans.
Madam Chair, if I can have Acting Development Services Director, Mr. Jeff Gagnon, present this item.
All right.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council staff. Jeff Gagnon, Acting Director of Development Services. Unfortunately, I'm having a technical difficulty with the click share function, so bear with me for one moment, please.
But I don't have. Yeah.
Sorry about that. Thank you. So you have before you the first reading of an ordinance which is associated with creating a definition for a self-service storage facility, as well as implementing that use within our code of ordinances within the general industrial district as a special exception use. Also, this ordinance proposes to create a parking ratio for the use as well. This was done in conjunction with the applicant as recommended by staff because the item is actually tied to discussion item number 19, I believe it is, where they're looking to expand an existing self-storage facility use in the city at 1177 West Blue Heron Boulevard. And we thought it was appropriate to really delve into some of the code issues as far as having silent sections of the code for this use. So that's the intent of this ordinance. So the applicant had acquired property at 1177 West Blue Heron Boulevard in October of 2018, and they're looking to expand the existing facility approximately 36,000 square feet, which would create a total of 120,000 total square feet of storage area at that site. When we looked at the site plan amendment proposal, we discovered that we didn't really have a parking ratio called out in our off-street parking ordinance section. And if we tried to implement the warehouse parking ratio, it would really create a burden on this development, being that there are few employees in this space and the demand would not justify the parking ratio associated with a warehouse use. So what we asked the applicant to do, as well as what staff did, is kind of explore how other municipalities and other counties treat this type of use. And we discovered that both, I believe it's Palm Beach Gardens and Boynton Beach have a ratio of approximately one space per every 75 storage bays. In comparison, Palm Beach County, unincorporated Palm Beach County requires one space per every 200 storage bays. So they're pretty liberal in their parking ratios. So we thought that one space per every 75 storage bays would be appropriate, with a minimum of 5 parking spaces, no matter the number of storage bays. So if we had a proposal come before the council that had maybe 70 storage bays, we'd still have 5 parking spaces on site. In summary, we're looking to ensure that this ordinance moves forward along with the site plan. The site plan, again, was put on as a discussion item at the request of council, really, and how we've moved through with the process previously. So we wanted to make sure that the information is available. However, this ordinance would have a global impact, and staff kind of went back and looked at the existing self-storage facilities in the city. We currently have 4 in the city. There's one that's actually located in unincorporated Palm Beach County that one would assume is in the city because it's right on Blue Heron Boulevard. But we do have 4 currently in the city, and the applicant is Storage Rentals of America, so they currently own 2. These ratios would really have no negative impact on the existing facilities. There's no changes that would have to occur. If anything, it would provide additional codes that support those uses at those locations. So for the record, the definition that's proposed for a self-service storage facility or self-storage facility is a place of business providing individual self-contained units which are available for short-term or long-term lease to the general public for the storage of goods and belongings. As a customary secondary use, designated areas may also be included for the storage of automobiles, trailers, recreational vehicles, and similar rolling stock, as provided by an approved site plan. Outdoor storage must be shielded from view of adjacent property owners and public right-of-way. So what you have before you is the code section within General Industrial Zoning District, which would add a self-service storage use as a special exception use. Currently within that district, warehouse uses are also a special exception use, so we thought that this was the appropriate location for this use within the city. And finally, as previously discussed, the parking ratio proposed would be 75, for each 75 storage bays or fraction thereof, there would be 1 parking space and no less than 5 total parking spaces. So our Planning and Zoning Board unanimously recommended approval to the City Council on January 9th, and City staff is also recommending approval to City Council. The applicant is present tonight if council or public has questions. Thank you.
All right,
Madam Chair.
go ahead.
Just a question. So this 1177, I looked on Google Earth and I couldn't determine whether or not there was already an existing storage facility there. Is there?
There is, yes.
So they're just adding to that?
So they're proposing to add additional 30,000 square feet or so to the existing facility. When we went through that site plan amendment process, we kind of realized that we had kind of gaps in our code structure, and that's what this ordinance is trying to really speak to and fix. So that way there wouldn't be any silence in the code as far as this use or parking ratios associated with the use.
Madam Chair, if I may, Director Gagnon, if you can also explain the other peer agencies that you researched concerning this particular type of language and what they're doing, so the board knows that we have, in fact, looked at other agencies and this is coming into compliance with other cities.
Yeah, well, one of the practices that we did, and we worked with the applicant as well, we're kind of mirroring what Palm Beach Gardens does as well as Boynton Beach. And the code requirements that we're proposing are actually more restrictive than unincorporated Palm Beach County. Their code structure is just 1 space for every 200 storage bays. So kind of looking at how other municipalities have treated this use, we feel like this is appropriate for our code and our city at this time.
Any other questions, comments?
Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
You don't happen to have a picture of where this is, do you?
Yeah, so the discussion item, I believe it's agenda item number 19, and I can bring it up if it pleases council now. Bear with me one moment.
It's by the FedEx? It's in front of the FedEx?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So my question would be, as I'm thinking again, I tried to pull it up on Google Earth so I could confirm this. Is there a low hedge in front of this building? Is there what's the landscaping like in front of this building or this facility?
So with this facility, the landscaping is in need of a facelift.
That's my
is-
question.
Is one
That's
way of putting it.
Yeah.
And with this proposal, I think City Council will be excited as you see the new landscape package proposed.
Okay, good.
It's going to be in line with our new principal arterial roadway requirements. I do have the landscape plan as an example here for reference. So 1177 Blue Heron is shown as the highlighted site, and this is just a little closer view.
That's the
I'm
place
going
I'm
to skip
thinking.
ahead a few so you can see the proposed site plan. So this is the existing building, and what they're proposing is to add an addition in the back side of the building. So it really wouldn't even be noticeable from Blue Heron Boulevard. But what the development team is proposing to do is really increase the landscape buffer up on the front of the property. If you can see the cursor here, Blue Heron Boulevard is running east and west, and there are some existing palm trees which are called out as these smaller circles, but what they're looking to do is increase the landscape buffer significantly along Blue Heron as well as throughout the rest of the site. And additionally, we have a rendering here which kind of shows a before and after, so they're going to put a new skin, so to speak, on the building and kind of modernize the look of it. So I think that facelift, in addition to the new landscape package, will be a very welcome improvement to Blue Heron.
All right, anyone else? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I was gonna ask about facade improvements, and, yeah, I think definitely, I appreciate that there was some effort in doing something to the facade. But the list that you showed us, it had about 4 existing self-storage facilities.
Yes.
All of them aren't in general industrial, is it? I'm speaking of the ones over on Military Trail. I think there's 2, just one north of Dr. MLK and then one about a quarter mile south.
I believe that the 2 on Military may fall within general commercial. Staff would consider them a legal non-conforming use at this point in time, because if we had a proposal for a new self-storage use within a general commercial zoning district, we would say it's incompatible based on the uses that are permitted. So they're allowed to exist so long as they don't become inactive for a period of 180 days or more.
So this action we're taking is to restrict self-storages in any other zoning except for general industrial.
That's correct. So that way, if we do get a new applicant that's looking to create a new self-storage use, we can guide them to the special exception process within the general industrial zoning district.
Okay, and I guess being that we were silent on some of these code provisions that you're offering, this was voluntary by self-storage to comply with the new regulations?
Yes, I can't speak for them specifically, but I think both sides saw it beneficial because it not only provided guidance for city staff, it provided them some assurity that their development would be to the current code requirement.
Okay, so the 75 bays, and I thought I heard you reference there was a ratio of 100 bays to 1 parking space in another municipality?
I believe the ratio was 1 parking space for every 200 bays within unincorporated Palm Beach County.
Oh, and unincorporated.
Yes, sir.
So how do you define parking? And I mean that in terms of, do you count parking that's accessible for the public? Or do you define that as parking that's available for storage? Because clearly in your earlier definition, it talked about self-storage can also be used to park motor vehicles and that sort of things. And in essence, it's in a parking space. So does that count as a storage bay and also as a parking space?
That's a very good question, and I hope that this slide will allow us to talk about a little bit more here. So within the existing facility, there's an entrance drive aisle that comes south on the site. So as far as off-street parking, parking spaces themselves, we're only counting parking spaces that are available to the general public. So any sort of designated spaces, such as these that are interior, these are all called out for storage of rolling stock, and it's specifically defined that way in the site plan. So all these interior spaces are not really designed for any sort of, pedestrian parking or anybody coming to the site. This is for long-term storage interior. Also, within this site, we have loading bays that are called out that are required that aren't really considered in the parking ratio whatsoever. So that way we have a guaranteed ease of access to the bays themselves. So in the existing site, there's currently off-street parking on the north side here, and there's also additional parking that's proposed just south along the access road.
Okay, yes, I got more questions. So where did you find that this was done by special exception? That self-storage units, is there any municipalities that we, I guess, used as a model to determine that self-storages should come in by special exception?
I think we were really basing that off of the warehouse use itself that currently is classified as a special exception approval process within general industrial. Each municipality is kind of treating self-storage uniquely. What we have seen is more demand for this type of use really recently, where there's a model now where there's a mixed use proposal where the first floor is either retail or commercial, and then second, third, fourth floors could be storage bays. Unfortunately for the self-storage use, it does take up a lot of space and typically does not create a lot of jobs. So we wanted to try to protect what we have as far as our available land resources. This site, being that it's historically functioned as a self-storage use for some time now, we thought that expanding our existing facilities and maybe selectively allowing other applicants into the city would be the best approach.
Okay, follow-up question. So, Mr. Gagnon, obviously there must be an office or some sort of leasing, staging area. The office in itself, would that be considered a separate use than the actual storage?
So what we do is we ask for a breakdown of the interior floor plan and the use of the space. So depending on how much office space they have, and it's really minimal for this site, but we would ask for a specific off-street parking ratio associated with that office use as well. So we'd basically have them break down in a table how much office space is interior and how much storage space is interior, and then off-street parking ratios would have to match accordingly.
Okay, so is there any additional requirements just for the office as far as fulfilling a separate parking requirement that's separate than?
Yes, there would be. Yeah, so the ratio for office, I believe it's one space per every 300 square feet.
Of office?
Of office spaces.
Well, I guess anything that's not storage.
Again, we ask the applicant to call it out on the site plan and floor plan as far as the total square footage and how that use is broken down. So if it's called out specifically for office, we would have that different parking ratio versus self-storage.
Okay, just a couple more things. I don't know if I'm convinced on the idea of doing this as a special exception, other than the fact that you say we require larger storage units or larger warehouses to use a special exception. If it's in that general industrial area already, I don't know if it'd be necessary to do a special exception. It's generally away from, what you would see in a residential neighborhood. It wouldn't be adjacent to a residential, I guess it could be, but, in most cases there aren't. So I just was kind of concerned as to, is the special exception necessary?
Well, again, previous councils generations ago had decided that a warehouse use did require special exception approval. I think it really came down to the number of jobs that were being produced. So at least with the special exception process, it allows for additional scrutiny. So let's say you had an application for another storage facility adjacent to an existing storage facility. There could be some justification or reasoning at a city council level saying that there's an oversaturation of the use. Or again, if an application comes in that is within close proximity to a residential area, it really just gives us additional opportunities to really vet the applications as they're coming in versus allowing it to be a use approved by right where there's limited recourse from the city side as far as whether or not the application could be approved.
Okay, that's it. Members and Madam Chair and Mr. Manager, my only concern, and I would support Mr. Gagnon in his recommendation to do a special exception, but in the same fashion that we're allowing this parking or we're incorporating this, we should go back and revisit our business tax receipt fee schedule for what we're charging for self-storages. Because, I mean, if they're, you know, it kind of, and I'm not trying to nickel and dime them, but, you know, if a storage facility, and I don't know what their hours are, if they're working and they're accessible 24 hours a day, or let's just say 10 hours a day, that's a lot of traffic in and out of a storage facility. And I'm looking at the current fee schedule for self-storage units up to 30. They pay $173 per year for a business tax receipt. I would certainly see if there's a appetite to, you know, kind of adjust those numbers just based on if you're having a lot of storage units, similar to how we have stores that have a lot of inventory and we charge based on inventory. If we're gonna allow them to have 75 bays for one parking space, you know, we essentially can open up the door to have a business come in and have 1,000 storage units, and we earn $173 a year off of them operating as a business. So I would certainly, you know, employ management to look and see, you know, if there is any kind of other municipalities that have some fee schedules that commensurate with the kind of parking that we're just authorized, because, you know, I just don't want a bunch of units, and, you know, that's more maintenance for us. There's more calls for service in the event that something happens, and it's just overall more traffic, and what you end up with is somebody paying the bare minimum. So
Okay.
that's all I have. Thanks.
All right. Anyone else have any questions or comments? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Anthony?
Councilperson Lawson,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier, Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Pro Tem Botel,
Yes.
Chair Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Item number 15.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
just before it's read, there's a very small typo on the second page of the memo where it refers to the restriction that initial salary offers shall remain within the adopted pay ban. I think it probably should read band. It's minor, but it might want to be corrected before we.
All right, for item number 15, the memo.
Yeah.
All right. Madam Clerk, go ahead.
Ordinance number 4144, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, amending Chapter 2, Section 2-106.1, created by ordinance number 978, supplemental regulations concerning salary grades and classification of the City Code of Ordinances by deleting certain language and sections and modifying the city manager's authority in salaries offered, providing for severability, conflicts, and codification, and providing an effective date. Madam Chair, we do have public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards on this item is now closed.
So moved.
Anyone else? Anyone else? Second. I'm delayed here. Mr. Evans.
Madam Chair and members of the council, this item that will be presented to you is ordinance number 4144, an ordinance to address some of the items that we have discussed in previous conversations as it relates to compensation. I've asked that our Human Resources Director, Ms. Rosalind Dickerson, lead in this presentation, and staff will be prepared for questions after the conclusion of the presentation.
All right. Good evening.
Good evening, Rosalind Dickerson, City of Riviera Beach, Human Resources Director. As indicated, I will be presenting and discussing ordinance number 978, Chapter 2, which deals with supplemental regulations concerning salary, grade, and classification. Historically, this section of the ordinance dealt with subsections that date back to December 5th, 1973, during a time when the city unions organized within the city, resulting in a number of unions. Today, we have 4 collective bargaining agreements, one with SEIU for general employees, PBA for police, and IAFF fire, and PMSA, which is the latest union that was organized around 2009. Based on the organizing, the city historically started applying collective bargaining concepts to non-bargaining employees, which in essence, in practice, is somewhat erroneous. Our concern has been the fact that we have bargaining contracts, we have labor contracts, but certain sections were continued to be referred to by past administrations, and it deals primarily with the salary section we'll be addressing tonight. So in the early 1970s, there was the unionizing or the organizing by unions. Moved further, the subsections in this section, or Chapter 2, dealt with all of these categories, but we're tonight going to focus on primarily the top 2. And that deals with appointments and starting rate, appointment and starting rate, salary and progression. The current language in this area of the ordinance deals with the city manager having authority only up to, from starting salary, up to 10% above the minimum. That has become prohibitive in terms of recruitment and potentially retention of employees. So our recommended language, and I know you have the memo, you have the old ordinance, et cetera, but I want to drill down to the primary reason for recommending the amendment. If we were to have this adopted, it would give us more leverage during the recruitment process at the offer stage where salary is offered to a candidate. We have conceivably had a difficult time when in the market making an offer to a candidate and potentially another city has been courting them as well. When salary has been a point of contention, we have lost the candidate's interest. So the new language in the ordinance would read, if the new existing employee's training, experience, or other qualifications are substantially above those required for the position, the city manager or his designee may approve employment at a rate above the minimum, not to exceed the maximum of the salary range established for the position. The criticality of the amendment this evening for your consideration is that we have a number of department head vacancies. As you know, the department head position provides the leadership across the city for all of our key operations where we serve citizens. In addition, we need oversight for departments so that the day-to-day operations and the employment guidance and supervision is at its peak level, the optimal level. As you may know, as business owners, and many of you are leaders in your organizations as well, generally speaking, CEOs of private corporations, they are empowered to make decisions to keep the operation running. Having the limitation at 10% above the starting, up to 10% above the starting salary actually causes us to lose great talent that could bring extensive knowledge, skills, and abilities to this organization to move us forward. Historically speaking, you know, I know that other cities and organizations have used HR ordinances in the past. They have amended that language in general to direct authority to the city manager for all personnel matters as guided by the employee handbook. We do have a handbook in process, but this addresses our immediate need. So we know that the economy is fairly good, so I wanted to point out some of the challenges. In a good market or good economy, the competition for talent is very very fierce. We really call it the employees market. So given, I don't know, equal offers, the distinction is often the point of salary. While we do have great benefits and we do market that to candidates, many are looking, as we probably would personally as well, at our disposable income. So without the ability to leverage in the salary negotiation period, we could conceivably lose talent in the market over a couple $1,000s or more. But in general, we are not competitive in the market at the executive level. And so during the salary negotiation, this amendment will give us greater leverage. We can counter the candidates losing interest by being able to, at that stage, perhaps negotiate, for a couple $1,000s more as necessary. At times, it may be needed for us to negotiate even at a higher rate, given the criticality of the role, the operation of the city, the expertise that are required. The market does demand a little bit more than what we're able to offer at 10% above the starting salary. So with that being said, I wanted to just move forward a little bit and say the long-term solution, the better solution, is for us to overhaul our whole approach to how we look at policies, and that would be through a handbook. And we do have one in draft. We do expect to release the city's first employee handbook, which will address a myriad of issues. But for the short-term need, and it's rather urgent given all the open vacancies for executive positions, we are hereby recommending your consideration for approval of the amendment to Ordinance 978, Chapter 2.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may, and Ms. Dickerson, if you can speak to this as well as the challenges that were articulated here in the presentation, the internal equity issues that we have with even some of the positions that we're looking to try to recruit for, the challenge when you have a situation where you have a longer tenured employee, and what we're finding ourselves in the situation throughout the organization in multiple departments.
Sure. In the case of a number of executive positions, we have internal equities within the unit where if we were to simply bring a candidate in as a new employee, let's say at 10% above the salary range, we've faced the issue where, rank and file or staff underneath would be tens of thousands above them already. So the limitation with the 10% above salary range, starting range, does not allow us the flexibility to ensure that we address that issue up front, which could create some issues in the long run, and we just perpetuate the problem. So if we're able to cure that from the start and ensure that the candidates who convert to employees have a salary that does not further exacerbate the issue, it would be in the city's best interest to do that from a retention standpoint as well. We have a challenge in getting them here, and as HR director, I'm also concerned about our ability to retain them if salary is a point of contention for them.
And Madam Chair, if I also may elaborate on that as well, the item that's before you this evening is also a first step in the process to address a longer challenge that we have. And when we talk about that challenge, it's regards to the compensation for our employees holistically throughout the agency. The city did proceed forward with a compensation and classification study back in 2017. Certain elements of the study were implemented and then they were retracted. Our intent is to review that study, to identify peer agencies, and then to refresh that study, whether it's doing it through the internal channels that we have in place now or securing another vendor to assist us in addressing some of the compensation challenges we have in the organization. So that will end up coming before you to look at the internal equity challenges that we have and the compression issues that we have. But I can tell you from the conversations that I've had with folks as it relates to coming on board, there's two provisions that are problematic. One is the residency requirement. When we look to have someone that is coming to the agency, they may live in Palm Beach County and may be interested in a department director position, but as it stands now, per the code, they would have to relocate. If they have children that are already in school, if they own a home, they will not relocate for a 15 or 20-minute drive. That's one challenge. And the other challenge is that in most cases, the starting wage for a executive or a manager position, they well exceed that particular salary in their existing employment. And to come to the organization, in essence, it may be a title increase, but the pay may decrease $15,000 to $20,000 to assume the responsibilities of a department director here. So there's been some challenges along the way. We believe that this is a immediate fix to that. It is very common. I have not seen any organization that I've ever researched or ever worked for that matter, where the city manager has not had the authority to work within the adopted range as executed in the pay plan, which is adopted by virtue of the budget, to where there would be a policy that would be set for 10% above the minimum. And to Director Dickerson's point, I think the language carried over from when it was part of collective bargaining discussions back in the early 70s. So we think that this is the first step to cure some of the challenges that we have, and obviously the mechanism in place to ensure that it's not going to be arbitrary is that the individuals that we are bringing in have to exceed the minimum qualifications for the job. It's not that they applied for a job and want to negotiate a higher salary. They have to display that they have in fact exceeded the minimum qualifications for the job to even enter into negotiations for a higher rate of pay, especially over that 10%.
Madam Chair.
Before we come to the board comments, we'll go to public comment, and then we'll come back to the board.
Bonnie Larson.
Bonnie Larson.
Good evening.
I can definitely see why people wouldn't want to come to Riviera Beach if the salary is lower than somewhere else. But we've done so many studies on salaries for other cities. So I'm wondering if it wouldn't be better just to review all our salaries again and make it so that 10% would be something fruitful to them. Because, if the salary is here, our starting salary is here, and the manager only gets 10%, you're only here. And other cities are offering this. So we need to make sure that we're competitive in our starting salaries for department heads. I can understand they don't want to move to Riviera Beach. I understand that. I thought we used to have something where certain people had to live within 5 miles of the city. I know we've had a problem before with head of the fire department living down in Coral Springs or wherever. Whole city would be burned down by the time he got here. So there is necessary for people to live, certain employees to live within the boundaries of Riviera Beach, or at least within a few miles. And like you said, you're not going to want to move for a 15-minute drive. You're not going to want to sell your house, buy another, do all that. So I can understand that. Also, we need to put together, I think, a list of all the perks that we have and the dollar value associated with that. Because when they say to us, gee, Palm Beach Gardens is offering us this, well, we can say, yes, but our perks add another so many $1 million to the salary. We need to be able to tell them, think about this, because insurance and all that is very important to anybody or any family. My notes all mixed up here. Oh, I was reading the ordinance just in the back, and there are 2 different ordinance numbers. There were 2 different versions here. I don't know if they're the same or what, but there are 2 different points here. What I wanted to bring up was, this really bothered me. It said that in the event an applicant, Riviera Beach citizens have spoken loud and clear. We want our future employees to be educated, have experience, and be top of the line. This really bothered me. And in the event an applicant does not meet the minimum qualifications, we'll still hire them. we'll call you a trainee. No, we don't want people from off the street who have never invested in themselves in training or experience. No, he doesn't meet the minimum qualifications. Throw that one in the garbage. And that's mentioned several times here. Oh, okay, then an employee should be eligible for a step advancement at the end of their initial probation period and thereafter 1 year. Doesn't say how much. So we need to tighten up on all this. Another place it says if an employee does this, they'll be fired. That was changed to, no, I'm sorry, it said if an employee does this, he shall be terminated. Now it's changed to if an employee does this, he may be terminated. That's discriminatory. A lot of work needs to be done on this.
Are you able to cut the volume down? Was that the end of public comment?
That's the end of public comment.
All right, Dr. Botel.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. When we budget for these positions, do we budget them at the top end of the salary scale?
Mr. Sherman can provide some perspective on that, but usually it's not that we budget for it. So it's based on the existing ordinance. He only goes up to 10% because
okay.
that's the
So
process.
if, for example, you found absolutely stellar candidates for a dozen of these positions, not that we may not even have that many open, but if we did, maybe we do, what would be the potential impact on the budget for hiring at the maximum?
Since there is so many vacancies across the organization, there's adequate money to fund those positions for the duration of the year, and then going into the 2021 budget, we would budget for the entire salary amount. But since, as it stands right now, where we are in the fiscal year, by the time they get on board, the salary savings that we would experience should be able to cover any increased costs for those positions.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anyone else?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Evans, you said that,
Hold on, your conversations are traveling up to here, so we can't really hear. Go ahead.
thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Evans, you said that the salaries are budgeted at 10% over the minimum.
Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Sherman, when we do the budget, we have a pay grade on certain executive positions and directors. So when we do our fiscal budget, we're basing it on 10% over the minimum job requirement.
If that's a position that's currently vacant in
If
the
it's
organization. If it's a position that we know what the cost is for that position, then we budget the amount, the true amount, plus what we anticipate for increase in health insurance, pay raises, et cetera. But if the position is vacant.
So in the event we do hire over that budgeted amount, where does the funds come from?
The funds would come from legally available funds. So what would happen is, in most cases, there is a vacancy within a department. So let's just, for conversation's sake, say that we're hiring for the fire chief position over the minimum. We know that there is some vacancies that are in that agency or savings as a result of operational efficiencies that would go towards a stopgap until we get into the budget process to appropriate the right amount of monies. In the event that it was ever a situation where the funds were not available, then that would be something that we would end up either transferring money from contingency or asking for a budget amendment as part of mid-year budget adjustments if necessary.
Okay, follow up, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
And Mr. Evans, what other comparable municipalities have a different policy than this 10% that we currently have in place?
I am not, and Ms. Dickerson, you can opine on this, I am not aware of any municipality that does have that particular provision that stipulates you can only go 10%. From my experience and the government entities that I've researched, the city manager can go within the authority that is allocated as part of the pay plan, so they can work within the entire range. I've not seen any situation where the city manager has to come to the board for anything over 10%. Ms. Dickerson?
Correct, I do concur. I have access to over maybe about 200 member agencies, municipalities, and special districts. I was not able to find any colleague that was in close alignment to having an HR ordinance on top of not having this restriction. We are, in essence, in terms of HR practices and how we, recruit and decide on salary, we're decades behind. And so there are a number of agencies that I've tapped, and they do not have such restriction when it comes to personnel matters overall, and also with compensation and recruitment.
Ms. Dickerson, have you taken a look at the policy from the county?
I've not looked at the county. I don't have a contact at the county.
Okay, because I'm looking at the policy from the county, and they have the same policy that we have in place, which is all recommendations for request over 10% of the minimum will be forwarded to the county administration for final decision.
But that's the county administrator that has the opportunity to make the judgment. As it this comes before the council. The county doesn't, I don't think, have to bring it before the Board of County Commissioners.
So our county administrator would make that final decision based on that 10%?
Correct.
Okay.
And the other side of it is, I know, working for Sarasota County and being an assistant county administrator, in those high-level positions, the Board of County Commissioners confirms the appointment of assistant county administrator, but the salary and all that is worked out with the applicant for the position under the auspice and the control of the county administrator.
Good. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I think that, I want to say that the city manager has the power to waive the residency for positions. If I'm not mistaken, in the charter. There's
Here,
something
they
in the-
have to bring it has to be approved by the
It
council.
has to be approved by the council.
And also, I think that the 10% is too restrictive. It does not give the opportunity for a person who is currently at the starting salary to leave, for 10%. It just does not give us any opportunity to move forward in terms of qualified, educated individuals for those executive positions.
All right, anyone else?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So, thank you, Madam Chair. Councilperson Lawson, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Lanier. So in response to that, I kind of anticipated that would come up. But if you remember back in April, we dealt with the same exact issue. So when we were presented with the Chief Informational Officer position, and the city manager then presented us with this item, and she says, well, this individual doesn't want to come to the city because the pay is it's not what he would have anticipated in getting paid, and he thought that the position deserved more. And I remember at least a couple members were pretty adamant about not changing or not giving him the opportunity to have that additional above 10% increase. So did we change, and is it now the position that we want to give the manager the authority to go above 10%?
Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
Yes, it was not the issue of the salary, it was the issue of having the city manager, who we were looking to bring back, to make their decision about who they should hire under their stead. That was the main issue, and the reason why we had the reason why we had problems with a city manager who was on their way out, hiring someone who would be in place when the new city manager came in. It was already made clear that that current city manager was retiring. And we wanted to make sure that whomever we brought in would have the opportunity to choose their own staff to work underneath them. And that was one of the main issues that we had with it. It wasn't so much the salary as it was that.
Okay, well, I'm sorry if I didn't understand that, but I thought that's what I recall. But if I'm understanding you correctly, what you're essentially saying is we held out on hiring the Chief Informational Officer only to allow a new city manager to come in and appoint one, especially in light of us having the biggest computer hack of 2019 and probably the first computer hack. So it kind of seems like, we are taking positions when it's convenient for us, and we don't want to address it in totality. Now, certainly, and I've had this conversation with Mr. Evans today, if he brings in someone that he screens and vets out and he thinks is a good person, just like he has that authority, so did the prior city manager have that authority. And we can't decide to tell our prior city manager, no, you can't do it, but then tell our city manager that we have to do it. You know what? We have to deal with the issues that come up every single day. And God forbid, and I don't want to say hiring that Ivy League law graduate from, I believe it was Stetson University, who had that degree, would have prevented the computer hack. But it just lends to the idea that we can't choose to apply rules and these standards arbitrarily or when it's convenient. But certainly, I would hope that the reason wasn't to wait till Mr. Evans got here, because clearly we've seen how that worked with the computer hack incident. And certainly, a manager should have the same authority if he has 2 days left or 2 years left. If they identify somebody and it's within their scope to do recruitment, you know, I don't want to tie somebody's hands only to then offer the new city manager the ability to hire someone later. We have issues that we have to deal with day in and day out, and we have to deal with, you know, what comes up at the time. But to hear you say that is contradictory of what our position was in April. And I actually looked back at the minutes, and it was like, well, we didn't want to go above that salary level. So now we changed the position to say, of course, let's go above the salary level. And not only do we say that now, but what's being presented before us now even eliminates the opportunity for it to come to city council for ratification. At least when we had the last city manager, Hoskins, her proposal did come to city council for us to review. So, I mean, there is some changing of positions when it's convenient. So that's what I wanted to kind of say regarding that. But I do have some other questions of the manager and perhaps of Ms. Dickerson.
Go ahead.
So as it relates to what we brought up before, you know, it was mentioned, Ms. Dickerson said that, I guess, moving forward with this will cure the inequities. While I don't disagree, but I think more importantly and more properly, if we had a across-the-board compensation study that we implemented, because you're going to always find yourself where there's going to be some disparate treatment among some employee, regardless. So I think what the managers is looking to do, I think it can be accomplished with what we seen right after budget time when I tried to vehemently support the idea of increasing the assistant city manager's salary to, I believe it was the 28th grade. Now, if we start doing that, you know, department by department, I'm much more comfortable with doing that, because then we can raise everybody up to what the average standard is to those 200 organizations Ms. Dickerson brought, and then we wouldn't have to deal with these kind of issues. Now, obviously, we know that there's been certain individuals that's been around in the organization for over 20 years, so they've matriculated and they've accumulated a pretty substantial salary. But the real true problem is there was never a compensation study that was adopted that commensurates with time and the market and what those positions demand. So I think, first of all, this is premature, and I would much rather us adopt a compensation plan. That way we can do it across the board, and it's not about one or two positions. It's not about I think it was called in here in the memo, it was referred to as just one second. I believe it was referred to as the executive team. Yeah, well, again, I don't hear much from the executive team, but I hear the rank and file, and I try to definitely, you know, redirect them, tell me about their salary. So I think it's best to do it across the board. That's my opinion.
All right.
Madam Chair.
Yeah. Are you finished, Mr. Moore, or no?
I'll allow him to respond, and then I have another question.
Madam Chair, a compensation and classification study is certainly warranted in the agency, but a compensation and classification study is going to look at your mids, your max, and then what your KSA skills or knowledge base, your skills and abilities. They're going to say that effectively you can move people within your existing organization X amount of steps to get them where they need to be. And that's great. However, when we look at our executive positions that are vacant, even if we move the ranges today 10%, there is still a situation where this ordinance only allows for the manager to go 10% of the minimum of the position. That still poses a problem. A comprehensive compensation study, a good compensation study, takes anywhere from 4 to 6 months to acquire the data, because you have to get the data from all these other government entities. Then you have to take the data and scrub the data from the perspective of what is the skill set of the lieutenant that's been in Boynton Beach for 50 years, and does he have a graduate degree? Is he managing X amount of employees? There's other factors that will certainly be a tedious process, and it is certainly something that we need to go ahead and move forward on. However, if we don't look to address this, we still would have to come back and address this ordinance one way or another, even if you moved forward with your compensation and classification. Right now, I can tell you, you have members in management positions, operational management positions, that make more than your department directors and make more than directors would be coming in. In one particular situation, if the assistant director was to apply for the director position that's vacant, it would be a $30,000 pay decrease for them. There is issues with regards to the situation, especially when we have collective bargaining agreements that give a 12% pay raise. And if you give a 12% pay raise as part of a union contract and there's a 3% pay raise for management, you're creating compression. So this is going to be a multi-stepped approach. It's going to be a surgery where we're going to have arthroscopic surgery, and then we're going to have to go in there and clean up the scar tissue. But if we don't address this ordinance as it stands today, I can tell you that some of the executive positions that we have, until we address the rate, the incoming rate, and take away that cap, those positions will remain vacant, because we've had folks that have walked away from the opportunity because it's not paying what the market is bearing. And with record low unemployment rates, it's a employees market, and they don't have to leave their job. So we're trying everything we can to fill these critical vacancies, and we need this ordinance to allow for us to work within the budget. Because right now, as it stands, if an employee is asking for 10%, and let's say the position started at $100,000, I can only offer them $110,000, but I have the authorization to spend $25,000 without bringing it to council. That to me doesn't make sense, especially when I'm looking to acquire somebody to effectively do the work. And so it's increasingly problematic, and if we don't do something, we're going to continue to find ourselves in a situation where we're not going to get the top candidates that we need to fill these vacancies.
Reclaim my time, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Evans, I certainly am aware of that. That's why I wanted to offer up an amendment of, instead of doing the 10%, do a 25% that has to have city council approval. That way, that would definitely cover any kind of additional increases that you could potentially see. Now, let's just take, for instance, a $100,000 a year position. If a person says they don't want, and you have the ability to take them up to 110,000 with your 10%. So, I would like to then increase that to 25% subject to council approval, but I don't want, and I don't think, and even all the members up here don't agree that we should take out the city council's authority in being a part of these kind of significant, because I think it's a safeguard thing too, because just like if you exceed 25,000, it has to come before the board. But essentially, the same action that we took back in April let us know that city council did have issues with the manager offering a salary that was negotiable and agreed upon had it had council approval with the former chief informational officer. So, when the time is right, Madam Chair, I want to certainly offer that amendment to do a 25% subject to city council approval. And I do have a couple other questions.
Go ahead.
I thought we could, Madam Chair, couldn't we allow people to speak and you rotate after 2 times asking questions? So that we all have an opportunity to respond?
Sure. Mr. McCoy, were your questions in line with what you were talking about?
Yes. And I don't have a problem with you doing that, but I was trying to be patient and respond to things I heard Ms. Dickerson say and also the manager say, but I have a very important question, because the way the ordinance is written, this speaks to the city manager. And I want to understand, does this provide any carve-out for the city attorney to do their own hiring and then increase above that certain amount?
This particular ordinance, as it's written, does not provide for the carve-out for the city attorney, but the city attorney and I have worked in collaboration since my tenure became started in the agency. And if the event that the city attorney believes that they want to bring somebody on board with regards to paying them over the 10%, I've even said to her that I would support that coming before the council, and I would not stop any situation where the attorney would want to offer more to obtain the best and brightest and most talented individual for the prosperity of their particular department. But there's not a carve-out per se, because the charter doesn't speak specifically to the authority being abrogated to the city attorney, et cetera. That would be new language that have to be incorporated in the ordinance.
Well, and that's what I guess that's what I'm asking, would that be palatable? Because essentially, you are dictating, I mean, and you do present us with a budget, but you're dictating the salaries of what her department is. And I appreciate that you guys have a synergy, but, you know, just going forward, I would think that the attorney's office, since she's autonomous in nature when it comes to the operations of the city and who she reports to, should have the ability, without having to go to the city manager, to get that kind of authorization done. I mean, and it's certainly not about you or Ms. Nguyen, but I'm just speaking in general terms.
Well, and I think her recourse would be to come before the council and say that I've requested X, the city manager, for these particular reasons, you know, has said no, and then that point
But Mr. Evans, isn't that strike through what you eliminated city council's involvement on this? If
No,
she
it-
was to have a situation where she says, I think that my staff person should be getting 20% more, and there may be some disagreement with you, but she doesn't have that recourse because you're essentially eliminating that.
She does have that recourse, because the board can come and say by legislative action to say, you know what, Mr. Manager, there's a motion on the table to compensate X employee 25% or whatever the city attorney may ask for to address that particular issue. So there is some recourse, or you can direct by action directing the city manager to comply with what the request that the city attorney has
Okay.
asked for, so.
All right,
One last question. How much of the 300,000 has been expended in the executive pay salaries?
With regards to that, we have not rolled out any modifications to the executive pay salaries because, to your point, we want to go through a compensation and classification study to see what is the appropriate rate of pay for our executive management team. So we have the monies that are set aside, but we haven't said that all department directors should get a 10% raise, because we want to make sure that if they deserve 5% based on what the market conditions are, we provide them 5%. I didn't want to arbitrarily increase salaries and then find out that they should have got a 7% raise, and I'm sure they're not going to want to give me the 3% back. So that is going to be part of the compensation and classification, to address the compensation for all the department directors, but have a mechanism that is tried and true and verified as to why we're increasing the salaries of executives.
all right, Ms. Lanier?
Madam Chair, we are a legislative body. We are here to set policy. The policy on the table is what is presented by the HR director. I think that the city manager has the right to build his own team, that he knows what he needs in terms to run this city. We are sitting here as legislative officials to be able to give him the direction to do that. In terms of the IT director, another point to that was the person was not qualified to demand that type of money. That was another issue. Not only was the issue that the person who was sitting in that chair was an interim city manager. So we have a permanent city manager now. That was the reason why we did what we did to bring Mr. Evans back. to give them the opportunity to be able to build his own team so that we don't have to go through, 45-minute conversations about who he should hire. So what we need to do is move forward, and I understand your position, I do. But I just think that we need to move forward. We're not giving the city manager carte blanche to do whatever he wants. We're just saying that he has the opportunity to bring in people who are qualified for these positions that, guess what, we may not know.
All right, anyone else?
Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Evans?
Yes, sir.
Question, did you hire the IT director?
No, I did not hire the IT director, no.
Okay. So contrary to Councilwoman Lanier's point that the IT director was actually hired by an interim city manager, which was Deidre. So essentially, the point that you make in regards to waiting for Mr. Evans to come to the table to select the team that we needed to move forward with, that wasn't the direction, because I believe it was our assistant city manager that hired our IT director.
All right.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Last question, I promise, for Ms. Dickerson. I believe you said that we are sui generis in terms of how many other, in terms of the fact that no other of your 200-plus colleagues have this restriction on their city manager, correct?
Actually, let me preface my response with clarification. I didn't say unless I misspoke, I did not say or intend to say that I had surveyed or researched all 200.
But
I
you
said
had-
I have access to about 200 member organizations, cities, municipalities, the majority of which I was able to contact. One, did not have an HR ordinance, and two, had given purview to the city manager to make decisions within the salary range for purposes of being competitive in the market for talent.
Thank you. So we're not doing anything that's wildly out of the ordinary.
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair, if I may, in most cases, you don't have the copious amounts of HR ordinances. Usually your handbook is adopted by resolution and it is modified by resolution. This is the first agency that I've worked in that you have HR ordinances to effectuate public policy. Usually those handbooks change and evolve, and in some cases, we don't have that particular document as it stands today, and Ms. Dickerson and her staff is working together to put together a comprehensive handbook that addresses a lot of these things and talks about what the mechanism is to even be eligible for the purposes of exceeding that 10% threshold, because that's something that HR and the city manager's office and the department director will all have to sign off to say, I would like to offer this person. Well, the first thing I'm going to look for is credentials, experience, knowledge, skills, and abilities, and their ability to move the department forward. So it's not going to be something that is a knee-jerk reaction. There will be documentation, and obviously all those types of things are public record as well.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So is there a cap to what you guys will vote on tonight? Is there or is this wide open?
The cap, Mr. Mayor, would be the adopted range that's in the pay plan that's part of the fiscal year budget. So every year, as part of the budget, the council approves the pay plan, and in the pay plan, it has the minimum, the median, and the maximum of the range. If this ordinance goes through, the city manager will be able to work within that range for the position. So if you get the candidate that has 30 or 40 years experience, you can move them up to a higher part in the particular range versus the only thing we can offer them is the 10%, and then anything over that would have to come before the council. Because I can tell you, even in conversations with people that are interested in the opportunity, they would much rather come on board in the agency without going through a public meeting and having their credentials placed out there and let their employer know that effectively they're looking to leave in the event that something, for whatever reason, doesn't materialize, and then they end up going to say they're going to give 2 weeks, and they may find out that the organization parts way with them immediately. So it is a pretty stressful process on the applicants themselves and going through a public meeting to justify their credentials and their experience as to why they should get X amount of dollars is just a precarious situation for any candidate for employment to be in.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Mayor?
So is this hurting some of our ability to hire some of our directors now?
Yes, it is, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Madam Chair.
Hold on, Mayor, you finished? Okay. Lanier and then McCoy.
To Mr. Lawson's point, the individual that Ms. Jacobs hired was not the individual that Karen Hoskins put before us for a vote to increase the salary. Ms. Jacobs brought that person in as, with the salary that was on the books.
All right, anyone else?
Okay, so, two things. The range, is it different in every single position, or is there like is there a threshold amount of what, 35, 40,000, or is it different across every position?
It depends on the grouping that each position may be in. So on our website, and the information is in the process of being updated.
But is it different? I mean, every position is
It
different.
differs. It differs based on the nature of the position. So public safety, your police and fire chief have a larger range. They have a larger starting rate of pay and a larger ending rate of pay than, for instance, your library director. So there is different tranches, for lack of a better term, that executive management positions are placed in versus a situation that they're all grouped in one particular pay classification.
Okay, and a couple other things. So, Mayor, what you said was absolutely right. This removes any kind of limit, and it gives the manager the unfettered access. Now, here's another portion that I'm concerned with. If we remove the 10%, he essentially, and that's why I asked what those ranges are. If you got a $50,000 range from the minimum to maximum, he could very well, and I'm not speaking him in terms of him in particular, but the manager could very well go to that uppermost, the highest range, if it was $50,000, without us having any kind of percentage, nor us having any council oversight. And I'm really concerned because we do things when it's convenient, and it's hypocritical in nature, because I'll tell you why. Mr. Manager, you yourself was hired way above what the range called for. And there was no, this kind of issue didn't come up. Now, members, we can't control our salaries. Our salaries are controlled by the voters. But certainly, I think if we're gonna allow the manager to have the independence, and I don't really care, and I told him he should have who he thinks is the best department director. At least I believe that there should be some oversight where at least we review this item, similar to how we did back in April when, the majority of the board thought the first appointee wasn't the ideal person for the job. And clearly, we've seen that it was to give the manager, the new manager, the opportunity to hire who he wants. And still, we never came up with the manager hiring the CIO. So what I'm telling you is I would only offer an amendment of going up to $25,000. I'm sorry, 25% with city council approval. So when the opportunity is there, Madam Chair, I want to make that motion as an amendment.
All right, do we have any other comments?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I think that this is just micromanaging. We hired this city manager to do a job. We cannot do it. That is his job to do. So our position here is that he's making a decision, and it's not unfettered access. It is a decision in a range. He has a range. He can't go outside of that range. He can't say, I'm gonna give him an extra $400,000 because I feel like it. He is bound by the range that the salary is. That is it.
All right, if we don't have any other questions or comments, we will take the vote for this particular item with the ordinance that's before us.
Councilperson Lawson?
Well, Madam Chair, I asked him to
Yes.
put off an amendment.
You want to do the amendment now, and then we can vote on that?
That's generally how you
Really?
do an amendment, right?
Well, I don't know. I guess it is.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if Mr. McCoy is offering an amendment, he would need a second to that, which would then alter the original motion on the floor.
Okay, so can I state the motion?
Sure.
move that we amend section 2-106, subsection 2, letter C, to remove 10% and add 25% with city council approval.
All right, we'll have a second.
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Lawson.
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier.
No.
Councilperson McCoy.
Yes.
Pro Tem Botel.
No.
Chairperson Millandis.
No.
That motion fails.
All right, the vote for the original ordinance?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Just have a statement for the board.
Mhm.
Essentially, we'd be changing this ordinance, and we're going to be taking away the protection from the council for any rogue manager that may be here, where it supersedes Mr. Evans, and we do believe he's doing a great job currently. But at the same time, this ordinance is going to bypass any manager that comes, whether Mr. Evans leaves in 2 years or he retires here in the next 20. This ordinance is going to change and effectuate who we hire and how they hire. And looking at just the current police chief, that's a $53,000 swing that the city manager will have the authority to make that decision without coming before the board. So currently, we could essentially be hiring a city manager at $175,000. I'm sorry, police chief. I apologize. The police chief would be anywhere between $123,000 to $175,000, and that could be hired as a new police chief, which would actually exceed some of the surrounding municipalities if we hired them at the top of the range.
All right, and this is our first ordinance reading, so we will meet again, and we will have a second reading, at which time we would be able to vote again. And if for any reason the votes are changing, we will have the opportunity to do that at that time.
So, Madam Chair, I would just like to put on the record that I recommend and agree with Councilman McCoy that we set a cap upon what our hiring city manager has the authority to go to, even if we increase the salary, doing a compensation study, and going to a specific percentage that's going to allow for them to only hire prior to bringing it before the council. We are the elected body that was brought by the people, so we would have the final say in regards to who they bring before us as the employees at a certain percentage.
All right?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Evans, so obviously the 25% failed. Would you be in support of just having, without a percentage and just have it come back for city council approval? Because, it raises a great point. You can't spend over $25,000 on your own.
Hold on.
Right, but
Go ahead, McCoy. You finished? McCoy, you finished?
okay. But I wanted to see if he'd be open for a friendly amendment, if that's okay with you, Councilwoman Lanier.
McCoy?
So, Mr. Evans, would you be in support of removing the percentage and having it come back to council for approval?
The amendment, the item as it stands, as it's written?
No, removing the 10% like you have and just including back that it comes back for city council approval like it currently does.
May I have clarification on that question? I don't understand it.
So if you look at the actual agenda item, the ordinance,
Mm-hmm.
Are you may I ask?
Well, let him say, what does he mean?
if you look at, you have it up?
I didn't bring my computer.
Let's see.
Well, look, I want to say something.
My question is, does that mean, are you asking if he would be willing
He
to
can't
allow
hear you
every?
in the-
Are you asking if he would be willing to allow every hire to, if he would be required to have every hire come before the council?
If he exceeds the threshold limit, then.
By anything?
At least above.
1%, I mean-
No, at least above the 10%. If he doesn't think that the 10% is required, but I believe that it still should come back for city council approval. We're basically stripping our authority as we stand. So what I'm saying is I'm asking him, is he open to bringing back, any percentage above the minimum to, I'm asking the manager. He proposed this item. You want to let him respond?
Mr. McCoy, keep it this way. Let's stay focused here.
Councilman McCoy, with all due respect, I'd like to, when staff put this item together, there was a lot of thought and effort and energy and research that was placed on this. And so, staff would like for us to move forward as recommended here in the ordinance that has been proffered for consideration this evening. At second and final reading, we will bring some additional information from other municipalities that have any type of policy as it relates to this. The Human Resources Director, and she can get up and speak to the professional association that she is, I believe, the president of as it relates to her peers statewide, can get some additional information here pretty quick so we can be able to provide the facts that effectively support the options that staff is bringing forward, because in most cases, the separation of power is very clear with regards to the day-to-day operations of the city, and that's in the auspice of the manager. And if we're going to move the agency forward and address some of the challenges, being able to have a situation where we can bring folks in, whether it's mid-range, whether it's close to the top of the range, because let's face it, some of the challenges we need folks that have a higher horsepower, because we don't have the time, energy, and effort to be able to train people up to be department directors. So it's critical that we make the right decisions, because if we don't make the right decisions, then we're in a situation where we have a revolving door. And so we want to hire people that are prepared and willing to be able to stay in this organization and tackle some of the challenge. And that comes at a higher price. And unfortunately, we've put ourselves in this predicament, but I think with the right people, we can certainly dig our way out. So I certainly would like to, if the board would look to move forward with this on first reading, staff can put together some more information to effectively communicate the position as it stands right now, and then actually show you some of your executive directors that when you look at some of our operational management positions, they're based on scope and responsibility, they're being compensated less than their peers. And when you look at their raises that they've received, it's significant. So we can bring some more information to hopefully ease the concern with regards to the board's perspective on this.
All right.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Ms. Evans, is this, what we're discussing, is a Holland Bike our police chief making a decision?
Yes, sir.
By how much?
At this particular moment, from where the position is, as far as the rate that I can offer, we're talking probably about $25,000.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
But Mr. Evans, if you brought the salary to the board, we could make a decision to move forward with the police chief. So it wouldn't essentially be holding it back. You could just ask the board, and we would make the decision to proceed.
I have two mayor's questions, was specifically on the police chief. I have the procurement director as well.
Yes, sir.
And the other side of it is I do not want to politicize the selection of the police chief or any other department director position. They've gone through a vetting process. I'm not, the offers are contingent on approvals and steps in the process. In the event that they haven't communicated to their employer that they're leaving, I don't want to put a situation out where it jeopardizes their standing with their agency and they don't get to leave in good standing. So I would much rather prefer to have the flexibility to work within the confines of the range, which I think when the research comes back that most city managers throughout the state of Florida have that authority to be able to do that.
All right, it is 8:05. I just want to bring that to everyone's attention. We do have this on a second reading, which will be at our next meeting. So if there are additional information that you're requesting, or thinking about doing another amendment or having that additional language put in there, we could certainly have that done in the second time that it comes before us. But I think in the sake of time, we should move forward with the vote for this one, because it is just first reading, and then it can come back the second time and we could have more discussion if needed. But hopefully you've gotten the information that you needed in between. If not, you'll be free to make another amendment, and we can do the vote during that second reading. Madam
Thank you, Madam
Clerk?
Chair.
Councilperson Lawson?
No.
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
No.
Pro Tem Botel?
Yes.
Chair Miller Anderson?
Yes.
That motion is approved with councilpersons Lawson and McCoy dissenting.
All right, we're going to go into public comment. Public comment should be restricted to issues, matters, or topics pertinent to the city of Riviera Beach. Please be reminded that the city council has adopted rules of decorum governing public conduct during official meetings, which has been posted at the entrance of the council chambers. In an effort to preserve order, if any of the rules are not adhered to, the council chair may have any disruptive speaker or attendee removed from the podium, from the meeting, and/or building if necessary. Please govern yourselves accordingly. And just keep in mind, we do have the 3-minute timer that will be up on the projector screen, so I ask for everyone to monitor their time as they're speaking. And she will call about 3 people at a time, so if you could kind of make your way closer to the podium so that we don't have such a delay in between people, that would be appreciated. All right, Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair, the acceptance of public comment cards for this particular section of the agenda is now closed. Bonnie Larson, Alan Schultz, Cindy March.
Bonnie Larson, as long as we're setting the record straight, Mr. McCoy, the residents do not set the salary for the city council. They set that themselves. They have increased their salaries and increased various things on their own. We have absolutely no say about that. We hired a city manager because we wanted transparency. We wanted our new employees to have education, experience, etc. That's what he's doing. He has interviewed these people. Who has more experience than him? He's interviewed all these people for the police department, for the development department. He knows what they're saying. He knows what they want and what they don't want. I remember, and maybe somebody else here will too, several city managers ago, we had one who wanted, it turned out to be a friend, had hired an employee at 20% above. No question to the council, no nothing. Council said nothing at that point. That person hired him 20% above. No comment from the council. So let's give Mr. Evans some credit here. He's done the best he can. He's talking to these people. He wants the best for us. Let's give him that opportunity to bring in the best. If you've got 2 years experience, you're certainly not gonna, if you've got 40 years worth of experience, you're certainly gonna want more salary than someone who comes in at two years experience. We have to have good people here. We have to have experienced people here, and that demands more money. It does. So let's get with the program here and let's get some of these positions filled. How do you think? I don't understand this. You said he could hire someone, but then they'd have to come to you for approval. Why does this body of 5, well, not all of you, but how does this body think they have more knowledge in the hiring skills and checking people out than Mr. Evans does? Why do you think that? What experience do you have hiring this type of people? He's got a lot of experience. We couldn't have had someone better to look into things. He wants us to have the best of the best, and that's what we, the people, want. So, let's not tie his hands with this. We want the best. We want people with a lot of experience in here. So let him do his thing, and like I said, like you said, different strokes for different folks. That manager hired someone 20% without a word, had already hired that person. One of our previous interim city managers gave raises to 2 different departments. They didn't ask you if that was okay. They just did it. All right, so now why are we putting pressure on him? He's the city manager. That person had no experience being a city manager, but they gave raises to 2 different departments. We didn't approve that. Yes, it's true. Yes, it is true. I'm still wondering why when we have items which come, let me do this first. Okay, we're missing an opportunity here. Every time somebody feels, I'm not going to do it.
Thank you, Ms. Lawson.
Okay, next time.
Alan Schultz, Cindy March.
That was the kind of spirited discussion I was hoping we would have had about the $875,000 we're paying Mr. Lozman through the insurance account. Maybe we're never going to know what the real cost of that was. What expense the city incurred that's not mentioned. What we learned from it. I wasn't actually taking a position that we shouldn't pay it. I just wanted to know, why did it languish for 12 years? Why did we allow lawyers to go back and forth and bill against the city only to come back and cover it all? What are we, like a bank account for lawyers? Jesus mighty. Anyway, and I ask this because for selfish reasons. I'm fighting with the city for my money right now. How long are they going to hold me up? Alan Schultz, Riviera Beach. My final invoice for contracted workforce development services provided to the city of Riviera Beach in 2019, which Mr. Evans requested, remains unpaid. On December 17th, 2019, Attorney Nguyen arranged a meeting with me and my attorney to discuss settlement of the outstanding claims that I put the city on notice of. For background, in late 2019, I started a very small one-man Riviera Beach business to work solely for Ms. Botel and the city of Riviera Beach to jumpstart workforce development. Then, with no advance notice, Mr. Evans suddenly terminated my contracted services and refused to pay me despite assurances to the contrary from Councilwoman Botel. Never mind that I was coordinating workforce development activities aimed at helping the youth, underemployed, and returning citizens of this city to gain access to education and training in preparation for living wage employment right here in Riviera Beach. Okay, so on January 9th, Attorney Nguyen meets with my calls and wants to meet with me and my attorney. During the course of this meeting, Ms. Nguyen advises me that she's met with a student trainee, Sammy Brown, who works for Mrs. Botel, and Ms. Nguyen advises that Sammy rejects all my claims, essentially, or the majority of them, let's say, the latter half, because he's asserted that he has performed these services, not me. Further, that Sammy is willing to testify in court that I've not performed said services. I immediately advised and subsequently provided the city attorney at her request with irrefutable documented written evidence that the work Sammy assisted in was under a separate contract with the CRA. Further, I provided Ms. Nguyen with an approved written project plan. Blah, 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 blah. In other words, the city's upheld my payment for over a year for completely unfounded pretenses. Mr. Evans, Attorney Nguyen, you can unequivocally have no justification for withholding my outstanding invoices for the work I delivered in 2019. Let's pay up and move on.
Thank you.
Cindy March, Reverend William Burrs, Lloyd Brown.
Good evening, Council.
Evening.
I have 4 or 5 things I want to rebuttal about with Mr. Evans. Being that you're the city manager, you have an employee that was hired, 19 years experience, high school diploma, and I mentioned that, and you rebutted, and I rebutted back in the last meeting. Then when I go out the door, she approached me. That's not acceptable. I respect everybody in here, especially the officer of the law. Seemed like it was course. One security was on one side of the stairways, one security guard was on the other side of the stairway. I'm better than that. He brought me from a mighty long way. It's going to be hard to get them free braces on me. What I would ask you to do, have a meeting with that employee that you paying $81,000. She has a right to speak, but don't approach me. Please don't approach me, because I'm not here to disrespect no one. I call a spade, and I'm not always correct. But I'm asking you, out of respect, make sure you speak with her. And if you need to speak with both of us at one time, I'll be more than happy to do so. Because what I say once, I say twice. I'm not Annie Gump's sister and Willie Mae auntie. No one is going to handle me any kind of way, because I already have anger in me because the way you all did Lady March. Y'all talking about this raise, this 10%, this 25%, you going to micromanage this, you going to micromanage that, you want to have your hands into everybody who you hire. Why y'all didn't keep Lady March? She brought over $9 million into this city. She wasn't qualified. She didn't have a degree. What you call on-the-job training before it was college? Everybody not cut out to go to school. When you give them the on-the-job training, they be better than some of the people who got a degree, and no more than people who got a degree. You know why? Because they appreciate their job and they know how to treat people. Mr. Lawson, I must applaud you. I can agree and disagree. I sat in my car at the car wash one day and I bust out crying. The way these people living in Stony Brook, I know you all can't speak about it because you got a gag order, but to see this baby bitten with bed bugs at this hotel they in now, it was not acceptable. I call and reach out. Mr. Lawson can't talk about it, but it hurts. You all got this city as a political game. Let's do the right thing for the people of the city. We voted you all into office. Botel, I understand you had a death in your family, or your husband, or whatever. I'm not trying to be rude or obnoxious, but y'all orchestrated this termination for Lady March because that same person that died put in the inbox that he was going to get with HR, and if that's the last thing he do, he was going to make sure Lady March was fired. You have to be careful what you speak. Your tongue can be your worst weapon. Y'all did a wrong.
Thank you.
And I hope justification be served.
Thank you.
Reverend William H. Burrs, Lloyd Brown, Henry Taylor.
Madam
Good
Chair,
evening.
Council, Mayor, I'm here on the behalf of our, excuse me, I'm here on Long Pine Homeowners Association, Director, President, Mr. Greg Rogers, and we are here because of, and we'd like to, for a moment, thank Mr. Lanera for the meeting that you came to with us in our last meeting, and they bombarded her with a lot of questions. We want to thank you for the response that you've given very adequately. But we here, if you all remember, some time ago, there was a developer wanted to buy the golf course, and now we have another developer wanting to buy the golf course, and we have a lot of problems. And we are asking, and the board is asking that all the council person come to our next meeting, which will be our annual meeting in the park on February the 22nd. Because there's a lot of issues that we have concerning the development of that golf course. The golf course is something like to the cities like the marina, the Ocean Mall, and et cetera. So asking that you will come there, and they ask that you will bring the city manager, bring your staff, because we're gonna need legal advice, we're gonna need the building department, we're going to need, the public works department, all your departments, police department, because this development is gonna affect every department within this city. So we're asking that you all will come there on February the 22nd, bring your staff, and come out and be with us to see firsthand what these people are offering to do out there and on the golf course, because it affects the whole city. So they said the city manager, they said that they said to ask the city manager to exert his executive order. Everybody come, because we need you all to come to see what they're offering the developer. And you must just see the attorney, we're gonna need legal advice. And I'm hoping that we'll get some representative from the state and the county, because they're gonna affect the county as well. So please come out and be in that meeting so you get firsthand information. The developer gonna be there to show what they're trying to do. We don't wanna be behind the project, we wanna be ahead of it. Make sure that it doesn't go like the, I'll say the Stony Brook project. But please come out. And asking the city manager and the council, our secretary, Miss Odessa Walker, she's the secretary. She's in charge of the seating department. And she asked if the city can assist us in the seating department, because we expecting over 200 people to be in this meeting. It's vitally important that you come out to be with us. It's on February the 22nd. Now, nobody could predict Florida weather. They said the weather is bad and you can't have it on that day. It would be on that Saturday. It would be the next Saturday, and for their meeting. Now let me give you right quickly our office. If you need some information, you call our office number. It's area code 561-932-7044. And or you could contact me if you need some further information. You might further see Miss Odessa Walker. She's in charge.
Thank
you can't reach
you.
her, call me,
Reverend
and
Burrs.
we'll be glad to assist in any way. So we're looking forward
Thank
the
you,
mayor and
Reverend
all
Burrs.
to come out and be a part of that meeting. I wish I could have got on the agenda to have more time to explain it further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lloyd Brown, Henry Taylor, Dr. Philip Dukes.
How you doing?
Good evening.
My name is Lloyd Brown, and I guess I told somebody up there that, between the citizens and this person, that seemed like we got a failure to communicate here. Well, it seems like, looking at this council, between you individuals, there's a failure to communicate there too. So it's not really that. And then like you telling me I should talk. See, this person because he's gonna come back, because he's a child, he's gonna come back and say something about it. This person told me me and him should sit down, and we should talk about these problems. I didn't vote for you, so, I don't need to talk to you. You need to get off your butt and go out there and talk to them people who put you in here. They didn't just vote for you. They put you in here to do something to make, let me tell you, I'm gonna be specific, to make black lives better. We're not talking about getting killed and all that. I mean, you know, I used to walk through the neighborhood going to school in the morning, and you know, when I heard a hammer or saw or seen some people cutting grass, it was people that I knew. Now that I go through the neighborhood, there's not even people I know. These people aren't even from this country, and they right in Riviera Beach. And then I see all these homes that you're putting up because you can generate funds from them. I know that you probably, and then let me tell you, with the council, I know you probably put liens and whatever, not the council, but the code enforcement. On 15th Street, you move the boats, but then you let them put another one back. On 26th Court, there's a pile of bricks. Everybody in this city, you listen to me. Don't do anything that code enforcement tell you. When you ride down there and you see that boat sitting in front of this place that's a business and they're not doing squat about it, then tell them, you know, put a sign up and then give them directions how to get to 15th and Obama. And then you send them over there on 26th. I mean, you got to be fair. We need to have a black agenda. Y'all keep talking about your agenda. There's nothing growing on my neighborhood. And like when I told a couple people up there that the people don't like them, you know what they did? They laughed. You can understand what I'm talking about. And then you would think you got, I mean, engineers up here. Everybody talk big, but I mean, I bet you can't even change the tire on a car, but you talk like you know everything. Anything that somebody come up, that's like a man that got so many skills, he can't do none of them. All he can do is talk. It's like the dumbest guy in the class. He got all the answers. That's a shame. You're not doing nothing for the black part of the neighborhood. You let this Gagnon dude come in here and he bring these, you know, different places in because you probably got some property around here that it'll at least the price will rise. And I bet you, because all this was white all the way downtown from up there on in Lake Park. So I know somebody who you getting that land, you know, the value to go up because you put in these places. So don't just say you're not getting anything in your pocket, Lawson.
Yeah.
Henry Taylor, Dr. Philip Dukes, Bessie Brown.
Good evening.
Good evening. Henry Taylor, one of your largest taxpayers in this city. I'm appalled tonight. I came in here to speak about one of these ordinances that you have, but I didn't know it was on the agenda. You have a city manager that's not even thinking about your city and your city employees. This situation about city police chief, we have a man right now that's interim as your police chief that's been here for over 8 years, a major. And your city manager doesn't seem to think that he has the ability to run that police department. He was put in as interim. He's a resident of this city. He's a taxpayer. And he should have the opportunity to move up in rank. When you have a department that every time that the head leaves, you're going to be sending out the jalopy to try to get somebody to come in and take over, what do you think the morale of that department is going to be like? It's not going to be good. You have a person that can take care of that police department. Why would you want to sit there and let this city manager go all over the country and bring somebody in that you got to pay to relocate? You got to pay him that salary when all you have to do, you have a man that all you have to do is give him 10% probably of what he's making now. And you will have enough money to try to help some of the other employees in that department. Give them a raise. This is ridiculous. Now, I happen to be the first resident of this city to serve on that city council. Born here. Everybody that served on that council before me came from somewhere else. I'm the first one that was a resident of this city to serve on that city council. I love this city. I'm a taxpayer. And all of these taxpayers out here should think about that. We are not giving our employees that we already have that's capable of doing the job an opportunity to do it. Now, I would hope that this council does not sit there and let this man bring somebody in from somewhere else to run this city when we have people right here that we don't have to spend all the money to get them here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, can you take that?
Dr. Philip Dukes, Bessie Brown, representative from JFK Middlestaff.
Dr. Philip Dukes, 1229 West 23rd Street. Things move different from the past 25 years in this city. Now, for the last 5 months, I've been missing violence. All gun violence. Run down neighborhoods. So I wish this city council and the mayor's office and the city manager would put together when they got to come in their neighborhood and see it, and they don't have to see it. I'm going to reintroduce my program to you again, but I'm asking you to support us. I believe in zero tolerance. Now, we're pushing to have a rally sometime in March. I'm trying to put it together, and it may happen in April. But I'm going to put it together. We're drawing all kind of people into the city. I'm going to get our other white brothers, because this is the perfect time for us to pick up Pastor King's work. We just got through talking about Pastor King. You know, they dance and they twerk and all that, but that wasn't what King was about. We need to pick up that work and be responsible. And remember, Operation Restore is a 501c. And if someone wants to donate to help us, you can donate by sending a gift or whatever to P.O. Box 10111, Riviera Beach, Florida, 33419. I'm asking everyone to help us. We are about to have a national recording contract. You know, we got on rotation on 2 stations, 102.3 and 107. And I sing a little bit. I could go on tour, but the Lord didn't tell me to go on tour. He told me to stay at my place in this city, and he was going to bless me. And Lord knows I need some money. However, I love this city. I hope you guys really help us push a zero tolerance in our city. I'm going to be coming talking more about what we should do. I don't have an extra grind with anybody, but I want to see the people in Riviera Beach be what they've never been to the black community. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bessie Brown, JFK Middlestaff, representative J.B. Dixon.
Good evening, Bessie Brown. I'd like to speak on item 15, by deleting certain language sections and modifying the city manager's authority and salaries offered. Salaries should stay within the HR department. All that stuff should be stayed within the HR department and don't need to modify nothing because that's why we have Trogic recommended a classification and compensation study, and you don't have to actually have to do that, but you can actually go out and pick some things that you do want to address, and get that. You can get that done. Basically, the city manager. The city manager wants some things that he wants. He speaks on it very a lot, and he can swear by himself that it's all good, and it's not all good. And basically, he needs to let the language and the salaries remain in HR. All of that remains in HR, and you don't need to change no ordinances and stuff for the city manager for the city manager, because if he wants to have the authority to grant raises and stuff like that, keep it through the HR department. And I'm too here. I'm dissatisfied with what we're trying. You're trying to change the salary for the police chief, and that's not necessary. We have a chief. We have a chief equipment here, and we have lots of other things going on. You know, just work within the realms of what is best for the city and the citizens, and not what's best for the city manager. You know, I think that's something that we need to try to start working on here, instead of trying to go pull these people out of the woodworks, and then, you know, and then have us think that you're working with us for the city.
Thank you.
JFK Middle School Staff Representative, J.B. Dixon, Erica Davis.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Rhonda Smith, Assistant Principal at JFK Middle School, and this is
Twyla Bowden Brown, the school counselor at JFK Middle School.
And we are here humbly tonight because we want to give a huge thank you to Mayor Felder, who has adopted JFK Middle School. So yes, we're here on a happy note.
Yes.
But we are here because we want to thank him for all of his support and dedication to the students and the staff and the community of JFK Middle School. For those of you who do not know, Mayor Felder adopted us earlier this year. And he's really helped to create a school-wide culture on our campus that embodies our students to definitely strive for success. He has helped us to partner with local businesses to provide opportunities for employment for our families. And while that's still going on, we just wanted to stop by and say thank you and express our gratitude for all the things that you do for us. This year has been phenomenal. Our school has done exceptionally well with our most recent diagnostics, and a lot of it is fueled by your compassion. And we want to thank you because, you know, our teachers feel appreciated. They recently received school-wide T-shirts, and they love them. They wear them every Friday. But again, that's just something that you've helped to create on our campus, and we wanted to make sure that you knew that and that we were able to publicly recognize you for your efforts.
And a little bit of their card says, sometimes the people we count on the most are the ones who hear thank you the least. Since you're one of those people, we hope you always know how much you, Mayor Felder, are appreciated at JFK.
Do you want to come down?
And take a picture with us. Before our minute is up.
Before the vote goes on. Wait, but you have to take it with us.
Continue with the timer, please.
Thank you.
Continue the timer, Ms. Claudine. You continue, yeah. Go ahead and let it go. All right, congratulations.
Mayor.
All right, who's next?
J.B. Dixon, Erica Davis, John Miller.
Good evening, J.B.
Good
Dixon,
evening.
3000 North Ocean Drive, Riviera Beach on Singer Island. I would like to urge the council at the second reading of that resolution to vote yes, to give the city manager that authority, which I think is really very modest, a very modest range of authority. When somebody mentioned, what if we had a rogue manager? My concern is, what if we have a rogue council? And we've had rogue councils before, very recently, whose influence on the hiring decisions are a great deal of the reason that we're in the position we're in today. Some of the extremely unqualified people who were hired at the behest of council members. I happen to think this is an excellent council, those of you who are sitting up here right now. But every 3 years, that could change. And if Jonathan Evans got hit by a bus tomorrow and went a little crazy on you, he works for you. You can get rid of him pretty much in a flash. We cannot get rid of you. certainly not all of you, until we wait for those three-year terms to come along, as we have recently seen. So in any corporation that you are ever in, the most successful Fortune 100 and Fortune 50 companies, the CEO is held responsible for the performance of the organization and gets to pick the people who do it for him. Once you start picking somebody, he has a perfect out to say, hey, you know, I couldn't get the person that I know could have done the job. So don't do that. Vote yes the next time. I don't have any time to address the other thing. I thought that the 3 presentations today were very nice. I learned a great deal. I hope that they can be put at the end of the agenda in the future if you're going to do that, because I believe, again, and I've said this before, that the business of the council needs to come first, and it's the business of the council that the residents come here to hear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Erica Davis, John Miller, Dolores Williams.
Erica Davis, Riviera Beach.
Good evening.
Hello, Dr. Botel. You have my sympathy. Yes, I want to piggyback off of what JB just said. We do have amendments that we voted on that you have hands off the city manager when he's making decisions. And in corporate America, he has the authority to make all of the decisions that needs to be voted on or made a decision on a corporate level. And if you want to be the city manager, you apply for the job. It is very disrespectful that you're always digging in him for some reason or another. And I cannot wait till 2 years is up. You were not our choice. You're always digging in Mr. Evans. He is the city manager. And you're always stepping in, trying to tell him what to do. He's making logical business, governmental decisions. And it's sad that this city and the people of the city don't appreciate that because they have some kind of vendetta against this man that they don't even know. And you need to stop it, and you too. I know what you two are doing. We have 2 more years of dealing with this crap. Allow this man to do his job. Have you ever worked in corporate America? Do you understand what the position of a CEO is? I have. And it's to make those kind of decisions. And I'm getting tired of sitting up here every time I turn around, even if I don't come here, looking at you, digging into this man and not allowing him to do his job. Time out for it. Because you made your decision, and you made your decision to give a certain construction worker $388,000 for a fountain and $320,000 for a park. And you're worried about what decisions he's making when he's going to his staff, having meetings and doing his research? Do your research. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Miller, Dolores Williams.
John Miller, 1290 Manor Drive.
Good evening.
Can we have a moment of silence for the Trooper Bullock that was murdered today?
Yes. Okay.
I also want to mention the poor boy that was murdered at that funeral. I happened to be at St. Francis with 300 other people when this happened, which was right across the lot. And I can tell you, it really upset all the people there, and thank God a stray bullet didn't go across that empty lot and hit one of the 300 innocent people from they're all residents of Riviera Beach. Our church was packed. It happened to be Black Awareness Month. The bishop of Palm Beach, the Diocese of Palm Beach, was there saying the Mass. And it was a beautiful ceremony, but very upsetting. And let's hope that we can stop this from happening again. Julie, so sorry for the loss of Jean. And I find it appalling that somebody would stand up here and keep throwing up the same story over and over and over again. And no less if it was any of your relatives, your spouses, or your mother, or your father, or your child. Every one of you should stand together and not allow this to happen. Period. It's wrong. and it's got to stop. And it continues on and on and on for no reason. It's hard to stand up and say what's right. And I'm going to say another thing at the meeting. I understand checks and balances. I really do. But I do think we should have a limit on time. Because you spent over 40 minutes talking about something on a first rendering. And I understand that you want to make your points. But when you go over, and maybe I'm stupid because you confused the hell out of me, you want to run in a circle 3 times and came back. And on the first rendering, no less. Make your points. I fully understand. Please make your points. Then vote on it. If you want to make an amendment or whatever, do that. But you're beating a dead horse. The same thing, you make these meetings last forever. I mean, I don't know, some of you just want to be orators or whatever, but please, we voted you in. You are a good counsel. We believe in you. And I do believe that the city manager should have leeway to hire different people. I don't think he's going to go crazy with the salaries, and I understand that you want to watch that. If he goes anywhere near breaking the budget, sound the alarm. You know that alarm right here? Sound it, and we'll all be screaming. But that's not going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dolores Williams.
Good evening.
To the council, the citizen here, and all the citizens that'll be watching Channel 18. Mrs. Botel, if I'd known when your husband's service was going to be, I would have been there. And you do have my sympathy, because I lost my husband also. But here, my first thing, you was talking about vetting the people. You did not vet. They say, talk to Mr. Evans. He came in and negotiated with the attorney for $240,000. You did not vet him like he's saying vetting the new people to come in. I just want to say that. You brought it all the way down to what, $200,000. And you say you need $25,000 more. I told you who I wanted for the chief, didn't I? I saw you write your little notes when I said the last meeting. I do. I want him to be fire chief. He's right here. You don't have to vet him. He's homegrown. He has the education. And he's right here. I told you I didn't think you should have brought in all these people to come in here. And to say salary, you negotiated your salary with the attorneys back and forth where you was over there. Then you tell me at one meeting when it was with Ms. Wild and somewhere you was on a 15-month vacation, you hadn't been brought back in. But people say they're on a vacation, they must say they got their job already, they're coming back. The young lady, when they had Mr. McCoy townhouse meeting, the thing she said, Mr. Evans, I know you're going to come back because I kept your stamp. Ran up there and gave it to you. That stuff should have been in security. Your telephone, your phone, you say you can remember the code to get in. That should have been in security. I don't know if you got it. Right. Yes, the people should be educated. You should be able to have the right to choose. But you still should come before this board. They came to the board for you. They come to the board for all the other things. And I don't know why I don't know if they were talking about you, that lady, talking about you and Mr. Lawson, that you digging into Mr. Evans. And Ms. Lanier, soon be a year. You haven't met with me yet. You keep saying you're going to do it. I'm waiting on the meeting. And people should be educated. And think about some of the stuff you're doing. This is a person here that's been here. That doesn't mean he was the chief. All his other chief was before him, that other thing that happened in the city. And I think he should be the one be appointed. I know you say you doing a thorough vetting background on those people. Why you do a thorough background writing on people that you don't know him, but we know him. He know this city. And I think he should be the chief. I know you got the 2 people you say, I don't know if you decide, but you say we're keeping them from coming. $25,000, all this money y'all got around in here in this city, you could have did it anyway. But I prefer for my chief.
Thank you.
That concludes Item Chair.
All right. Item number 16. 116, right?
Yes, Madam Chair. Resolution number 1720, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, awarding bid number 986201 to Rosso Site Development, Inc. of Lake Worth, Florida, for a neighborhood improvement project to reconstruct West 26th Court from Avenue M to West 27th Street in the amount of $496,548.05. Authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute the contract, authorizing the city manager to approve change orders up to 10%, authorizing the director of finance and administrative services to make payment for same from project 20001 and provide an effective date. Madam Chair, we do not have any public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards is now closed.
So moved.
Second.
All right, Mr. Manager.
Madam Chair, if I can have the interim Public Works Director, Mr. Terrence Bailey, make this presentation.
All right, good evening.
Good evening. Terrence Bailey, Public Works Director. This is our annual allotment of road construction projects through the Community Development Block Grant Program in partnership with Palm Beach County. We will reconstruct 26th Court east of Avenue M as it swings up to 27th Street. This is in partnership with the Utility Special District, and there will be water and sewer improvements as well as drainage, new asphalt, curbing, and sidewalk. With that, I'll take any questions.
Do we have any questions or comments from the board? All right, thank you, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Lawson.
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier. Yes. Councilperson McCoy.
Yes.
Pro Tem Botel.
Yes.
Chair Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Item number 17.
Resolution number 16-20, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving work orders with Chin Moore and Associates of West Palm Beach, Florida, for civil engineering design services for West 34th Street from Avenue H to Avenue J and West 35th Street between Avenue H and Avenue F, Project 20003, in the amount of $117,845, West 34th Street from Avenue F to Broadway and Avenue E from West 34th Street to Silver Beach Road, Project 20002, in the amount of $114,100, construction administration for the reconstruction of Avenue M from West 23rd Street to West 27th Street, Project 18120, in the amount of $59,880, and 28th and 30th Street at Avenue O, project number 18120, in the amount of $30,880, authorizing the city manager to approve change orders up to 10%, authorizing the Director of Finance and Administrative Services to make transfers from Project 20001 to Projects 2002, $114,100, and 20003, $117,845, and payments from Projects 18120, 2001, 2002, 20003, and provide an effective date. Madam Chair, we do not have any public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards on this item is now closed.
All right,
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Manager.
Madam Chair, members of the board, if I can have the interim Public Works Director, Mr. Terrence Bailey, present this item.
All right, Mr. Bailey.
Yes, as was incorporated in the capital budget approved in October, the next batch of road projects are entering the design phase. The resolution previously approved was construction for last year's project, and this is the beginning of design for the projects that you will see approximately 12 months from now when we move into construction. So we request permission to begin design on the roads as outlined in the agenda.
Madam Chair, if I may, to Director Bailey, to add on to Director Bailey's presentation, the monies that will be utilized, that are being requested to be utilized, are design and engineering. There is no money that has been set aside for the construction of these roadway projects. So I think it's important for the board to know that as we go forward with design and engineering, that it is contemplated that we will be requesting an appropriation for the construction of these roadways in the fiscal year 2021 budget or 2022 budget. The concern that staff has is that we do want to make sure that when we do design and engineering effectively, we move forward with these projects. There is a concern that effectively, if we go forward with design and engineering and monies are not appropriated, that design sits on the shelf, and a couple of years later, then we're having to redesign the roadway projects or refresh those types of things. The other side of it is, and I think it's important to look at things holistically, we need to move forward with a comprehensive pavement management plan. Director Bailey can provide additional insight as it relates to the city embarking on such an analysis some years back, but it was deviated from. There was roadways that were removed, roadways that were inserted, and effectively we have no particular process that allows for us to identify based on a matrix what roads in the city are in the worst condition to those that are in superior condition. And I think when we look at going forward with design and engineering of any roadway projects in the city, there should be some type of matrix that allows for us to identify the most severe roadways, and those are priority projects. And then we work that plan until we address the over 80 miles of roadway that we have in our community. As it stands right now, we're not doing it in that particular fashion. We're addressing the roadways that we believe are of the most importance to the community, but there needs to be a scientific methodology and mechanism that allows for us to make decisions based on data versus a situation where, you know, we know because this roadway hasn't been done for 20 or 30 years and someone tells us that. And so as we look to move forward with the design and engineering associated with this, it's certainly something that I think we should consider as part of the budget process to move forward with a comprehensive pavement analysis, to have engineers look at our roadway network and make some recommendations as to what are the priorities for the city. Director Bailey, if you can hit on the last time the city did move forward with such a study and what happened associated with that.
Yes, I believe it was approximately 2013. And a pavement analysis was conducted as the foundation for going out for the bond referendums to implement the road program that you're all very well familiar with. It was approximately $40 million between multiple funding sources, but the predicate on how we justified the need for the funds and creating a system by which we attacked expenditure of those funds was a pavement analysis. There have been many. The analysis was deviated from because there was a priority list of projects done with that analysis, but at the time, previous councils and executive teams decided, as opposed to going from worst to best, the funds were cut up into 4 equal pieces in the district, and the district representatives were, in essence, allowed to pick the projects that were of most priority to their constituents.
And Madam Chair, when we had the conversation with regards to resiliency, those are key elements to making us a resilient community, to make sure that our roadway network and infrastructure has the appropriate stormwater and wastewater infrastructure, because we go in there and when we go into roadway projects, we improve the stormwater infrastructure and the sewer infrastructure and the water infrastructure if necessary. But if we deviate and we divvy up the monies equally, invariably there's projects that should have been on the 10-year window that end up getting pushed back to 20 or 30 years. So, you know, staff's recommendation is that as part of the budget process that we look to set aside some monies for a comprehensive plan and then follow that plan and then ultimately communicate to residents that this roadway was identified as severe because there may be deterioration in the base or the sub-base, or, you know, we have infrastructure that's aging under there and we just need to go in there and repair it. But there should be some type of matrix and some type of decision points that allows for us to make decision based on facts and information as opposed to just judgment calls.
All right. Any other questions or comments?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Mr. Bailey, project number 18120, 28th Street and 30th Street at Avenue O. What exactly is that?
Those are the projects that are currently under construction. The funds are for additional construction administration and oversight for the consultant that's helping us while the project is wrapping up. This is one that we've been working on for the past 12 months.
So, I mean, I'm sorry, so if they already have, I guess, substantially completed 28th Street and 30, in fact, I would probably say 95%, what exactly is the design that would have to happen at that intersection?
It was not design, this is construction administration. So the staff that you've been communicating with, that have been doing the paperwork, that also have to do the closeout for the grant, that is for them to assist in overseeing the project as it moves to the end and closeout, and all the documentation necessary with Palm Beach County for our grant reimbursement.
But you're imagining that it's gonna take 30,000 just to do those two intersections?
Some of this is money that has been spent, in essence, already because the project went longer than anticipated. Some of it is to get us to the finish line. So there's some, it's not all 30,000 from today forward. There is a portion of it that has occurred over the last 4 or 6 weeks while we're trying to wrap up the project.
Well, I guess that would more or less be a change order, right? As opposed to approving new work orders.
Yes, sir. I mean, it slightly semantics on whether it's a change order or a new work order. We needed to bring it before council, so it was, you're correct. I should have used the word change order.
So is that just for that intersection?
Well,
That's a
the
change
whole
order?
project, I believe that project is $2 million in construction cost. So these funds are for wrapping up that project.
Okay, well, I guess I'm a little confused because this is like an omnibus resolution that's incorporating, you know, parts of the chair's district, and this is one item that's in my district, so I just didn't understand. And I thought I seen 26 court somewhere in here. But, you know, I'm not gonna argue. It's a little convoluted, and I didn't know exactly what it represents, so that's good enough. Thank you, sir.
I'll use some of your sector funds for my streets. Anything else from the board? All right, thank you. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Lawson.
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier.
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy.
Yes.
Pro Tem Botel.
Yes.
Chair Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Item 17A.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute Amendment Number 3 to existing solid waste and recycling collection franchise agreement with Waste Management, Inc., approving all agreement modifications as specified and providing an effective date. Madam Chair, we do have public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards on this item is now closed.
Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Have a second?
Second.
All right. Mr. Manager.
Madam Chair and members of the board, this action that is being requested by the board is consistent with the legislative intent that was provided as part of your retreat. We've had an opportunity to work with Waste Management to address some of the challenges that they're seeing in the commercial dumpster program. They are recommending that we modify the agreement to roll out the CLEAN program, and staff will get into more specificities as it relates to that. However, I do want to also inform the council that the 5% that was communicated as a potential revenue stream during the workshop, our partners at Waste Management have increased that to 10%. And that is one of the higher. I think there's only maybe 1 or 2 communities that are participating in the program that would receive 10% of that revenue, the revenue associated with the program. Also, based on the legislative intent of the board, we want to restrict that revenue stream specific for community cleanup activities or activities intended to protect the quality of life in our community, specific to any programs that help our residents to maintain their properties or other public properties or city events to help promote recycling and those types of things. So that would be, we would set up a restricted revenue stream. I did have a conversation with Mr. Ori Buller from our reentry program about utilizing a portion of that money to assist in having his team help on addressing some of the challenges we have in our community, because routinely during hurricane season we get a lot of residents that need help cutting some trees or removing debris or potential debris that could be projectiles, and helping tarp roofs and those types of things. So the intent is to possibly utilize a portion of this money to be able to assist. But this would be discussions that will happen as far as your budget appropriation, because there may be a desire from the board to set aside monies that if a group of residents came and said, we want to do a neighborhood cleanup, and the board said, we'll sponsor you with trash, gloves, buckets, and pickers, that you can utilize that funding stream to effectively do those types of things. So we will restrict the revenue that would be associated with that. And without further ado, if I can have Mr. Director Terrence Bailey and the representatives from Waste Management communicate the elements of the program.
Thank you very much. As you know, we brought this program to the workshop on the 11th of January. This was discussed in great detail. We hadn't intended on reproducing that presentation. In short, when individuals in the community overfill their dumpsters, they're getting that taken care of and addressed for free. This program simply puts the burden on the user to pay the appropriate amount of fee for the service. So I got a couple of pictures. I got those pictures. So if you want, you're talking to the mic, and you can run through the pictures on. That's pretty much it.
Well, good evening, Mr. Mayor, Chairwoman Anderson, Pro Chair Dr. Botel, members of the City Council. I'm Ellen Smith with Waste Management, and thank you for your time tonight. Tonight's presentation is an anti-litter program that comes from Waste Management's Best Practices program. It's free to the city, and it's revenue positive, and it's meant to keep the garbage where it belongs, and that's in the dumpster. Our current agreement requires commercial customers to keep their garbage in the dumpster specifically, but there's no enforcement in our agreement. So what we have brought you this evening and hope you support is the CLEAN program. And Waste Management has invested in the camera technology. All of our trucks constantly take pictures, our commercial trucks, of our service. So if a driver encounters a situation like this, a photograph will automatically be taken and transmitted to a third party to review. And according to the elements of what's proposed before you this evening, if a dumpster lid is displaced by 10 inches or more, it's considered an overage. Right now, people only pay for what's in the dumpster. We have a complete PowerPoint presentation on this program if you have additional questions. But if a lid is displaced more than 10 inches, it's an overage, and that photograph is sent to the customer with an overage note. And the overage is $200 per occurrence, with a maximum of $600 per month, and that's for in case absentee landlords don't get notified in time. We find that 80% of the problem is with 10% of our customers. For years, we've been calling our customers and asking them to right-size the dumpster, make it bigger, get an extra pickup. But really, we've been ineffective with certain commercial customers just by calling, because there's really no teeth in it. This provides teeth. You will join many of our Treasure Coast cities locally: Wellington, Delray, Palm Beach Gardens, Jupiter, Juneau, Mangonia Park, just to name a few, have all adopted the CLEAN program and have seen a great turnaround with the litter, the groundwater pollution, the vermin, the unattractive nature, especially in a tourist community that people are seeing. And they've seen a turnaround in a revenue positive way with no staff time on the city's part. Waste Management invested in the technology on the trucks, provided the staff and the administrative work to get this done. And these are just a few of the, Terrence, I'm going to try to These are November, these are the June photos. And you can see some of the dumpster overages. And I always bring a picture with me because it's not only a problem for the city, it's a problem for our employees. I'm going to show this picture, if I may, again. And if you are the waste management employee attempting to collect that material, you can see it is impossible. It is a safety problem to begin with for our employees. So this is a clean program, and the reason we come to you to ask for your assistance is because our contract together provides what we can charge folks. And this is, there's no mention of what we can charge folks for a dumpster overage. And again, they only pay for what's in the cube of the dumpster. All the other litter, they're throwing away for free and causing great problems for the city and our staff. And we hope that you support this. I can go into further detail if you'd like.
Thank you. You said we had public comment, correct? Okay, so we'll go to public comment and then we'll come back.
Bonnie Larson.
Bonnie Larson. I am in the vicinity of several commercial dumpsters, and what I see happening a lot is that people from other areas, I don't know where they're people coming from, they come with a big van or a truck or whatever, and they just unload their stuff into a businessman's dumpster. Now, what's he going to do? Why should he have to pay extra because someone else is coming to dump in his dumpster? There are businesses which do not have dumpsters, and they regularly dump in someone else's. That's not right either. I don't think the businessmen should have to be responsible for that. The dumpsters, at one point in time, we had people, I know the ones near me, they had to lock them, which worked well because then I can tell you during the night there are regular people who come by and shuffle through all the stuff. You know, that causes a problem too. When those dumpsters are left open, you get rats and all kinds of unhealthy creatures in and out of those dumpsters. So my question is now, how are you going to stop? If they say call the police if you see someone illegally dumping it, well, by the time you call the police, they get here, it's like half an hour later. You know, they're not too excited to come and do something like that, and then it's gone. Somebody has dumped right across from me. They dumped in a big buckets of paint. So now the lid, which you look at all day long, is paint running down it. So, you know, how are we going to solve that? I don't think the businessman who owns those dumpsters or who rents those dumpsters should be responsible for other people coming and dumping. But what is the solution? I don't know. Also, could you please write a letter to Waste Management? We'll tell this young lady who's here right now. As I recall, they're not supposed to be in the city before 6 a.m. I'm tired of getting a 5:30 wake-up call. So let's enforce that. Their tires should not be in Riviera Beach until 6 a.m. So let's stop the early morning pickups. But this is a problem, and like I said, all businesses should have dumpsters. If they don't, they should get one. Somebody should follow up on why they don't have one, and also what to do about people coming and dumping in somebody else's property. Thank you.
Thank you. I do know during the workshop, that was one of the questions I believe I posed or someone asked from the council about them being able to prevent other people from putting things in there, and they said that if that was an issue, the businesses can purchase the locks and have it locked. I would imagine if there are dumpsters where the items are overflowing or people are coming, trying to prevent people from coming and even sitting next to their garbage can, they could put some sort of fencing or something around if they felt it was necessary, you know, to keep people from getting in there. Did you want to add something to that?
That's exactly right. A lid is free, a lock is $9 one time, and illegal dumping will be over.
All right. Any questions or comments from the board?
Just one question, Ms. Smith. So we do have an exclusive contract with Waste Management for these dumpsters?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I think I remember or recall you saying that you've come across some dumpsters that aren't Waste Management?
Yes, that's correct. There's been a few containers located in the city. We're working through that with your staff now. Those illegal rogue haulers do not pay you franchise fees. They do not pay you, they do not post a bond, nor do they carry insurance. naming the city. It's a dangerous situation, and we have the exclusive right to collect all material in the city except certain commercial recycling.
So how do we have any recourse from that, Mr. Evans or Mrs. Smith?
Director Bailey can speak on that, but we do have staff that their job is to effectively reach out to those entities that are utilizing or informing those entities that have dropped off roll-off containers or what have you in the city and telling them that they need to collect it, and informing the residents and the developer or builder that they have to work with waste management. In most cases, it's an innocent mistake from a resident. They're Googling, they need a roll-off container. They call a vendor, the vendor shows up. And so our job from the staff side is to effectively enforce what's in the agreement and ask them to remove that item. But staff is acutely aware of this because it has been brought to our attention numerous times with photos from representatives from Waste Management. Anything else to add, Mr. Bailey?
Yes, and as we work in partnership with Development Services, because Public Works doesn't have enforcement staff, and obviously Development Service has, between the building department and code enforcement, the staffing to do the enforcement component. All construction permits that exit the building department have notification on the permit and the plans that of our exclusive franchise agreement, so that gives us the ability, if you go to a construction site and there's another roll-off, the building department has the ability to stop work orders, other enforcement through the permitting process for construction. If it's an existing facility, that's more in the realm of code enforcement, and we're working on exacting processes and timeliness on getting those issues resolved. We've been working on an issue for 3 months now, and every time staff goes over there, this particular vendor says, well, that's recycling that's exempt there's a Florida statute, and I can yield to Ms. Smith to tell you the very particulars about the exemption for recycling in the Florida statutes that preclude our current agreement. So they'll always fall back to, well, that's recycling. It's kind of like when you get pulled over and you say, well, what about the 20 other people who are speeding? It then becomes on us to take a lot of pictures, and somebody may have to actually go in there and vet whether the materials that we're all observing fit the statutory category for the exemption or not. And this is where some of the pull and tug gets into with staff, making sure that they are falling in the exemption, or if they're just trying to get over, because as Ms. Smith said, some of these other haulers are cutting corners and they are significantly less expensive, but they're less expensive for a reason. There are risks that are not being borne on their operation that we require through our contract. But could you speak to the exemption on?
That's all I needed, Mr.
Okay.
Bailey. Thank you.
All right, anyone else?
Madam Chair, somewhat tangential, but because Alan Smith is here, have we, Mr. City Manager, entered into any discussions with Waste Management about the distribution of community benefits?
That actually is going to be coming back to you at your second meeting here in February. Ms. Noel has been working with the representatives from Waste Management to give you a couple of options as to what other municipalities are doing. And in the event that the board provides us direction as to which of those options you like, then we would come back with the modifications. We didn't want to place too much on the agenda, and plus we wanted the board to have an opportunity to take some time to think about the options that are being proffered, but that is going to be discussed at your next regular meeting.
Thank you. And one other, that 10%, do you think maybe I could recommend that some of it be used to purchase some buckets to put at the Ocean Beach, so that we can, and a sign that says, please pick up some plastic while you're out there walking along the beach, and then maybe we can work with Waste Management to create a vessel there that we can dump plastic into, so that the folks up at Loggerhead can come and catalog it and count it, and we can do our part to get some plastic out of the fishies' mouths. Thank you.
All right, anyone else? All right, Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Lawson.
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier.
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy.
Yes.
Pro Tem Botel.
Yes.
Chair Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Discussion and deliberation, item number 18. Thank you.
Discussion and deliberation on Peanut Island, authorization to
negotiate a lease agreement with the Port of Palm Beach regarding Peanut Island. Madam Chair, we do have public comment cards on this item. The
Right.
acceptance of public comment cards on this item is now closed.
Okay, Ms. Evans?
Madam Chair, members of the board, the intent of this particular item is to seek authorization from the city council to allow for the city manager and city attorney to negotiate the terms and conditions of a lease agreement with the Port of Palm Beach. We've had numerous conversations about the city's interest to operate and facilitate the renovation and reconstruction of the historical facilities that are on the island. The subject property that we're talking about is approximately 4.3 acres, possesses the following structures: the President John F. Kennedy nuclear fallout bunker, the Coast Guard facility, and the boathouse. In conversations with the Port of Palm Beach, there has been interest to work with the city of Riviera Beach for the purposes of acquiring the parcel for the purpose of promoting ecotourism, to look to provide passive and active recreation, but more importantly, the preservation of history. And we believe this to be a very valuable entity for the city, or valuable asset to the city's park system. A couple of objectives that we would look to try to accomplish as part of the negotiations, which ultimately would have to come before the council for ratification in a lease agreement and then the Port of Palm Beach, is that we would look for a 4-year lease agreement with at least a 25-year renewal period, or two 25-year renewal periods. Now, those renewal periods, obviously, those are just placeholders because we still have to have further conversations with the Port of Palm Beach. But if we look at the initial term of the lease, 4 years, this gives us an opportunity to have the property under our control, to pursue grant funding opportunities, for us to put out a request for proposal or request for qualifications to work with the private sector and public sector entities to re-energize this particular site. If we look to leverage a relationship with a private sector entity to assist us in the renovations of the site, that could be well over $4.7 million, you're going to need to have an extended lease term to be anywhere between 75 to 50 years for lending from a lending institution to be able to be pledged towards this. In conversations with the city's grant writer as well as the Parks and Recreation Director, we believe that there's copious amounts of grant opportunities that are out there that can assist in facilitating bringing these facilities back to life. One of the things that will be an important element of the agreement is the operation and maintenance of the site under the control of the city if we're successful in moving forward with a lease agreement. Mr. Ken Hearn is here with the Port of Palm Beach, and I had the opportunity to have a conversation with him. And basically, the security of the site has cost them a little bit of sweat equity. There is surveillance on the site, and they've utilized some plywood to secure certain areas of the facility. We may want to look at fencing certain buildings or securing it in a different way, but the cost is de minimis, well under $5,000 annually to effectively secure the property as it stands now. One of the biggest challenges that we face as a result of acquiring this lease would be the ordinance that's in place through Palm Beach County, Ordinance 2001-83, and then there's a resolution that effectively approved the site plan that puts on some restrictions. One of the things that we want to advocate for is the promotion of ecotourism, education visits, passive and active recreational events, and ultimately seeing that this piece of history is restored. We know that it would require a lot of sweat equity from the policymakers on this dais as well as the Port of Palm Beach to help effectuate the change to the ordinance. We have begun doing some research, and I can tell you from the research that we've gleaned thus far, this particular piece of property has the most restrictions than any of the parks in Palm Beach County because of the nature and the sensitivity of this particular property. But we do believe that we can come to some amicable solution as it relates to the modifying of the ordinance and the resolution. Then ultimately the funding. This board has been very clear and decisive with regards to the time, effort, and energy that has been placed into this, and that ad valorem or general revenue is not something that the city is too keen to bringing to the table, but we would utilize staff time and resources to secure grants to bring some resources to bear as it relates to this particular parcel. So this is consistent with the city's Riviera Beach 2030, strengthening community engagement, enhancing government. I think this is a great opportunity for us as a city to take the opportunity to secure the asset. Once we have a lease in place, we can then advocate to the county to say, now we have controlling interest on that parcel, and now we would like for the opportunity to modify the elements associated with that. As part of the lease agreement, certainly we would put in elements and components that will allow for the city to separate from the agreement in the event that we're not successful in obtaining grant funding for that. But I can assure you that we're quite confident that we will be able to get public sector, private sector, and some allocations from other granting entities related to, you know, aquatic education, boat safety, boating education, you know, repair to the docks, et cetera. And then the Port of Palm Beach, they're already trying to work with, you know, requesting a legislative appropriation for monies to restore the Kennedy bunker. So there's a great synergy that's going on right now. So basically, what I'm requesting as part of this is to allow for the city clerk and I to work through the terms and conditions of a lease agreement with the
City clerk or the city
city,
attorney?
sorry,
City
city
attorney.
attorney, city attorney, and the city clerk can join us if she would like. But to work with us to secure a lease agreement for a period of 4 years, and then obviously with some provisions in there for a longer term agreement. And the reason that we put the 25 to 50 years is because most of the granting agencies want to know that you're going to be in control of the asset for a significant amount of time if they're going to be appropriating some monies. This was something that was discussed at previous workshops, and I think this allows for the Port of Palm Beach to effectively move on with focusing on port activities, and the city of Riviera Beach looking to work in collaboration to create the synergy and revitalize that particular area. And we are the closest municipality, and I think it would create a lot of synergy with regards to the opportunity to get married on the island and then take a little cruise over to the banquet hall, and you know, we can have something that's very unique and creates a very special experience here in the city of Riviera Beach. So staff is in support of moving forward as recommended in the agenda items, and we're prepared to answer any questions that you may have. And I'm sure Ken would be willing to answer any questions that the board may have concerning the port. And this memorandum was also forwarded to port commissioners, so they're aware of it. And I've been attending their meetings monthly to give them updates on what we're doing on the staff side.
All right, we'll go to public comments.
Bessie Brown, Dolores Williams.
Good evening, Bessie Brown.
Good evening.
I was at the workshop when that was presented. This was presented, and it was my understanding that the port had some work to do, a bunch of work to do that they had not done, and we're taking over the responsibility of furnishing, you know, taking care of that. And when the port hasn't done what they're supposed to do, I don't understand that. And then now, and we're actually trying to do a lease agreement, you know, on all that. I would like to know if the port is going to take care of what they were supposed to take care of, or are we setting this up for us to take care of that? All those things that they had not done over the past few years.
All right, thank you.
Dolores Williams.
Is that it? Just one more?
To the councils,
Good
the
evening.
citizen, and those that are watching. I want to say something about the waste people. Didn't we have our own citizen
This is
doing
for
that?
the
I'm
Peanut
talking about
Island.
I'm talking about Peanut Island. You're talking about leasing. But I want to say this too, public comment, you say on the item. Why did all our citizen got fired and you put a contract with the solid waste? You had to put a lot of people out of work to be to deal with them.
This is about Peanut Island, not the
It's about
solid
Peanut
waste
Island, but
or
I'm talking about the people that
management.
lost their job here too. Okay. And I want to ask a question, and I want y'all to explain to me, and will the CR be meeting this week, next week, the CRA?
Ms. Williams, finish your comments, and at the end, we'll come and answer your questions if you have any questions.
Okay. And I felt real bad for the people in Stony Brooks. I spoke to.
Ms. Williams, this is not general public comments. It's only about the Peanut Island one, just
Well, I
about
want
Peanut
this
Island.
to be said. I spoke to a federal judge, and I want y'all to explain to me some things. And I want to speak before I call this judge back again about this situation here in Riviera Beach. I don't have anything against Mr. Evans. Like I told him, the first time I met him was one time back. But if I feel like some things people say to me, I want to say it, I'm going to speak up and ask a question. All I'm asking question, that's what we get, a comment and ask a question to be answered us back. And I would like to know. We had citizens working before, and I want to know what happened to them. And I want to say again, you say agenda, you have the time so fast go. If we brought Mr. Evans back and he was fired, you can bring Lady March back as our building person. Don't be turning your head and looking. The same thing you vetted Sofa to get him back, vet her back to bring her back. Those are some of the things that bring discord in the city. You do one thing, wishy-washy on this, and some of you be like, you know the lizard, they say the camellia lizard, when the thing come for you, you change color with that. But when it go over that, you're gonna change color over that. Be fair in everything. You say you the board, you the legislator, you the power here. Y'all not doing the power right and righteously. That you better remember, me, you, and everybody got to give an account before God. If you don't have a conscience, I do. And God is going to hold us all accountable. Some of you don't like to see people talk about God, but if you say you go to church and worship Him and you pray, it should bother you that you're not fair about things.
Thank you. That's in the public comment?
Yes, Madam Chair.
All right. Questions or comments from the board?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I wanted to say that we might want to add to this item the changes on what's allowable use for the island, that we can be able to pursue changes, have someone to assist us with lobbying in the county of some of the allowable uses that are currently in place, but some of the things that we want to do with it to be allowable.
Madam Chair, if I may,
Go ahead.
and that's certainly something that I think there's so many moving parts of this, you know, engaging somebody to assist us in lobbying and facilitating that from a public policy perspective is going to be extremely important, because I can tell you from conversations that I've had with entities that are interested in the opportunity, the ordinance and the site plan resolution provide significant restrictions that effectively, if not changed, we will find ourselves in a situation where after the time in which we have the lease agreement, you know, those facilities will continue to deteriorate on itself, and there has to be some give and take with respect to the ordinance that's in place. But lobbying the Board of County Commissioners is going to be something that's going to be important, and engaging the community and educating them as well to assist us, because I certainly think we're going to have to pack the chambers in when these items are discussed from our community to show the support of moving forward in such a way. And the precursor to this conversation really stems from the discussion that we've had about our residents being turned away from Phil Foster, and that
this is a great opportunity for us to expose our community to something that is so unique here in South Florida. And, you know, hearing the comments that we heard from the Port of Palm Beach and being engaged in the process, I think it is a legacy project. And I think that if we're able to change that ordinance, I believe the sky is the proverbial limit. And we're going to be conscientious of our neighbors to not create something that is problematic for the surrounding community, but it can certainly be a good thing. And this agreement will allow for us the opportunity to have it under our control and then obviously approach the county while concurrently looking to go out for an RFP or an RFQ for participation to renovate the facilities and improve the experience for people that go on the island.
Yeah, I think that we need to do that simultaneously. That, you know, the ordinances and allowing them for the changes, we need to do, you know, this simultaneously at one time to be able to move on this project.
All right, anyone else?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So roughly, Mr. Evans, what is the percentage of this area that we'll be leasing?
It's
in comparison to the entire island.
It's approximately 4.3 acres under an estimate of the property that is under the control of the Port of Palm Beach is about 129.8 acres. There also is about 36 acres that's adjacent to the property that is the area for snorkeling and the little oasis that I call that they've created there. But under the entire span of control of the port is 129 acres, and that's uplands and submerged lands.
Who controls the snorkeling oasis that you're speaking of?
Right now, that is the county, but it's leased property through the Port of Palm Beach, the 36 acres.
So does the county currently operate anything on that island?
The county does operate, of course, the campsites and the some of the operations, which would be on the north of the island. But when you are on the south side, right adjacent to the 4.3 acres is the property that, and the prime area, I would say, for the snorkeling and the picnic area or what have you. And that's about 36 acres. They have, in some cases, I believe, 2 guards out there, if I'm not mistaken, which through an agreement with the Port of Palm Beach allows for them to, they constructed the facilities on there and made the improvements, but they're leasing that property from the Port of Palm Beach.
When you say guards, what is that? Security guards or lifeguards?
Lifeguards.
Okay. So we're looking at a 4-year lease?
We would look to, the first term of the lease would be 4 years to allow for us to effectively put some of the plans in place to move forward with the improvements on the site, then with some options for renewals for subsequent years to be the tune anywhere from 25 to 50, depending on what the port and the city of Riviera Beach decide on. But we're looking at just the 4 years to be able to have it under our control. We'd like to have it a little bit longer because the granting agencies want to see that.
I understand that, Mr. Evans. I just wanted to kind of get at where I'm going. So the majority of the site would be under the lease of the island.
The 4.3 acres would be the lease that the city would obtain. The 36 acres is encapsulated in another lease, if I'm not mistaken, that is also set to expire. And that may be something that we talk about in further conversations. But right now, our focus is on that 4.3 acres.
Okay. Do we have an idea of what the maintenance cost is? Because if we move into an agreement, I guess everything essentially turns over to us and it's our responsibility. And I know we kind of said that we didn't want to spend general revenue dollars on the island. What's your plan for that, or what do you offer?
From my conversations with the representative from the Port of Palm Beach, since they have had the control of the asset, that the maintenance cost has been de minimis because they have effectively secured the facility. They have boarded up the structure, and they have security cameras. There has been some sweat equity that has been put into it, but he said it would be well under $5,000 that they have spent. Yes, someone has to go out there and cut the grass, et cetera, but that's a relationship that they have with the county that effectively does that. So I would assume that the cost would be, something in the tune of anywhere between $2,500 to $5,000, annually for the purposes of just securing the site until we move forward with some of the process. Now, we would also look to, begin capital campaigns and fundraising efforts to move towards that to assist in offsetting the cost. But that's basically the number that has been provided. Also, with regards to the lease agreement, we would proffer, a $1 per year lease agreement, because from the conversations that I've had with the Port of Palm Beach commissioners, their intention is to get out of this realm of the business and focus on more port-related activities, as to where they have said that their strong suit is not in the recreation, museum, passive park space. So this would absolve them of the responsibilities to a degree of worrying about that particular side of their business and focus on other things.
Well, that's good to know, because, I want to offer a few ideas for you to consider. I don't necessarily think that this is something that I'm willing to support going forward. And just because we have a number of projects that we're doing across the city, the Ocean Mall being one of them, obviously the Phase 2 is another, and this is not even in our domain. Now, if the county's so inclined to, if they don't want to be a part of it and they want to allow us to annex it into our city limits, I'm certainly in support of that. Then we don't have to go through the zoning. And then, even as good players, we can make carve-outs for special preservations. We can create reverter clauses in the event to maintain whatever economical or historical preservation that the county wants to do. But I would like to see if that's a conversation that the county would be willing to do, because quite honestly, I asked about what other tenants and what other uses were on the island to really find out if there are any uses that would be adverse to the county if, we essentially changed and annexed it into our city. Then we can actually, because nobody makes any tax revenue off of it, right?
Correct.
So I don't understand, it seems like a much easier question to pitch to the county. If you guys have no real skin in the game here, would you be open to voluntarily annexing it to the city of Riviera Beach? And that allows us a little more flexibility, and we'd be willing to, put in some ecotourism preservations just to maintain that. But it really creates a lot of limitations that, after we figure out something doesn't work, now we need to go back to the county to do a zoning change or something like that to try to bring another idea in. But, in its current form, just because of the financing and the time commitment and staff, I would only support this item if it was annexed in the city. I would love to see if that conversation can happen, or, I don't know. What do you think they would
I think, to Councilwoman Lanier's point, I think lobbying for any and all alternatives, because to your point, I'd love to have it annexed in the city. I think, being the captain of our own ship, pun intended, I think is a good thing for us. So that's part of the discussions that we would like to pursue with the county. The county has had, when this initial conversation occurred, both the city of Riviera Beach and the county talked to the Port of Palm Beach commissioners, and the county wanted to take on the responsibility of the island, with the Port of Palm Beach effectively curing all the issues, and they have cured all the issues with respect to some of the challenges and some of the things that were caused by the previous tenant. But the renovations and all that, they wanted that to be the cost that was incurred by the Port of Palm Beach. From my perspective, when we came into the discussion, it was, hey, we'll work with grant writers, we'll do everything we can to work with private sector entities to talk about the opportunity. And in the spirit of full disclosure, there have been, I have entertained phone calls from multiple entities that are interested in being involved in some capacity to assist in facilitating that. They just want to see, one, it be under the control of the city, and two, how successful we are in trying to lobby the county to make the modifications. I've even, started preliminary conversations with the deputy city manager of the town of Palm Beach to start having those conversations to work with our municipal partners and work with we do want to work with the county for the purposes of creating the synergy on that site. So there's a lot of moving parts that are still there, but I think our leverage point is if we can secure a lease and get control over that 4.3 acres, I think it gives us a very good argument to go before the Board of County Commissioners and ask for a modification. I think if we go before them without securing the lease, I think it just becomes even that much more challenging. And I know in my conversations with Port staff that they understand that if certain things don't change, it effectively will impede our ability to move forward. And the county then has a tough decision as to, we've got to do something because these facilities are in desperate need of, reconstruction and repair.
Madam Chair?
Are you finished, Mr.
Yes.
Devon? Go ahead.
I think that we should move forward with the lobbying first, whichever route we take in terms of allowable uses, in terms of exploring the options, as Mr. McCoy suggested, of annexation, so that we can at least have some idea of how we're going to move forward. And also, too, is there any opportunity to acquire that plateau-like piece where those Australian pines were in the middle of the island?
The middle of the island, I think, is under the control of
Fine.
the floor. Yeah, fine, and so they have to preserve that for they take some fill from there and they deposit fill, so they have to preserve that. But Fine is one of the entities that we want to leverage some opportunities for funding for what we're trying to accomplish. But there is the 4.3 acres and the potentiality for other expansions related to what we're trying to accomplish.
Well, I think it's a very exciting private-public partnership. We're looking at economic development. We're looking at more, quote-unquote P3 projects where we're working with private entities to help us to get to where we want to go with the city. So I think it's a very good step in the right direction.
All right, anyone else?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Evans, just a few quick questions. I want to address how will the property be policed over these next 4 years if we do go into this 4-year term with the island? And then the lease agreement, I would like for you to discuss with the port the option of having first right of refusal in the event we start moving forward with this 4-year lease and we've invested this time and energy and effort into it, that we would have the right to continue that $1 a year for the remaining or the additional 24-year period. So if the port has no interest in truly being a part of the island, seeing if we can have the first right to have that negotiated immediately. And if we decide over these next 4 years that it's not going to be an advantageous process for us, we can always just not renew our lease after these 4 years.
Absolutely, and Councilman, to your point, I did have that conversation with the representative from the port and said that, the 4 years, let's just say in the perfect world, we're able to do everything that we envisioned. We don't want to get a bill for $10,000 a month to utilize the space, so we would look to continue that $1 a year if effectively the port's desire is to wipe their hands from this particular arrangement. So certainly that would be our intention moving forward with that particular element. And as it relates to the terms and conditions of the negotiations, we would end up bringing that back before you all. Attorney Wynn and I will negotiate to the point where we think we have a decent agreement, and then we will sit down with each of you individually and share some elements contained in the proposal, and then ultimately bring it back before you all for consideration. So we do want to move in that direction. As far as the security side and the policing side, we obviously have our Marine Patrol. We would work with the SO that is constantly out in that area, FWC, any entity that we would add surveillance and those types of things. And under the lease, option, you know, we have to look at working with, you know, our partners at the sheriff's office to be able to assist, because it is, you know, in unincorporated county. It's not City of Riviera Beach property, so we would effectively have to work through some of those. But we would work with our law enforcement agencies to have a presence and some posted signage and increased surveillance and those types of things.
Okay, with that being said, I would be inclined to support the direction of moving forward with a 4-year lease, being that our total cost would not exceed around $20,000 to $25,000 over these 4 years, if the annual cost is about $5,000 a year. $1 a lease to give us the opportunity to look at the option of annexing the property, or to possibly look at options of lobbying our ports or our county commissioners to see if we can change some of the zoning requirements. So this gives us that time frame to work on that while we secure the property. Thank you.
And
Yes.
one more thing, I just think that the lobbying and the leasing agreement, you know, working on should be simultaneous.
Yeah.
So that we can have some idea of where we're going. And also, too, I would suggest that we, you know, your office have a conversation with Vine, because there is nothing there.
Yeah.
And just explore that option as well.
And to your point, Councilwoman Lanier, we'll run both of those concurrently as Attorney Nguyen and I are working on the lease, that we would work on the lobbying efforts and setting up those meetings, even for you all to have those conversations with the commissioners, so they're well aware of the direction that we're going as well.
All right. Anyone else? Well, I'm excited about the project. So I look forward, I do agree with Ms. Lanier and Mr. Lawson in their summation of what they explained. So with that being said, you need a motion from us to move forward?
Yes, I
in-
do. Yes, I do, Madam Chair.
I make a motion that we move forward, that we ask the city staff to move forward in this project.
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Lawson. Councilperson Lanier.
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy.
Yes.
Pro Tem Botel.
Yes.
Chair Miller Anderson.
Yes.
That motion is approved with Councilperson Lawson out.
Number 19?
A discussion on application from SROA Capital LLC requesting site plan amendment approval to expand the existing self-storage use by constructing an additional 36,310 square feet of new building area, as well as providing building facade and landscape improvements at 1177 West Blue Heron Boulevard, comprised of approximately 8.58 acres of land identified by parcel control number 56434229, 56000010. Madam Chair, we do have public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards on this item is now closed. And Madam Chair, I would like to bring to the council's attention that the time is 9 minutes to 10.
Move to extend for a half hour.
What are we voting on? Didn't you just read the resolution?
It wasn't a resolution, it was the heading, but I
I'm
advised.
sorry, yeah, it is a very long heading.
Yes,
my
and I
glasses
just
on.
advised that the time is now 9.
Yeah, I know, that's what we were just talking about. So you finished up with 19, which is just a discussion on this item.
Correct.
Okay.
We
And
do
you
have
want to do
public
half
comment.
an hour. So since we're going there now, Mr. Evans was just telling me if we could take 19 and 20, because Ms. Godot is here in 21. And then, I mean, obviously, if you all want to move forward with 22 and 23, we most certainly can. But those, because of the people that are here, we would at least want to get through 20. Well, we've already started 19, 20, and then 21.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
item number 23 was moved up on the consent agenda, so that has already been addressed.
21 and 2.
23.
What did we say, 21 and 22?
Yep.
All right, yeah. All right. We need a vote for the extension of 30 minutes, which would be until 10:20.
Councilperson Lawson.
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier.
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy.
Yes.
Pro Tem Botel.
Yes.
Chair Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
All right, Mr. Evans?
Got your clock synchronized right? What time you say?
I'm just looking at this one up here.
Madam Chair, if I can have Acting Development Services Director, Mr. Jeff Gagnon, present this item.
Thank you, sir. Good evening. We briefly touched upon this item previously. It was included on the agenda tonight as a discussion item, really for reference in association with the ordinance on first reading. I really don't think I need to go into detail about the site plan tonight. I can definitely answer any questions that the board may have, but we do anticipate this coming before City Council on the February 19th meeting.
All right. Do we have any comment cards on this?
Yes, Madam Chair.
All right.
Lloyd Brown.
That was the only one?
That was the only one.
Okay. Questions or comments from the board?
Madam Chair.
All right. Okay, item number 20.
Discussion of draft code compliance ordinance. Madam Chair, we do not have any public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards on this item is now closed.
Okay. Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair and members of the board, pursuant to the direction that has been provided to city staff concerning modifications to the code compliance ordinance, we have representatives from Development Services, Mr. Jeff Gagnon, and Ms. Attorney Christy Godot, to speak to some proposed modifications to the ordinance before we bring it to you for first reading.
All right. Mr. Gagnon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is following up on the January 11th City Council workshop. I just want to touch upon a few high points within the cover memo itself. What we're intending to do is repeal the existing code compliance ordinance and replace it with a brand new ordinance that's focused on new notification procedures, new processes for full or partial releases of liens, and also an ordinance that has a subsequent resolution that will help to establish code compliance administrative fees, application fees, and similar. Also of note is the proposal to establish a property improvement account is what it's defined as now. And what the intent of that account really is to do is to capture a percentage of fines or fees that code compliance is able to acquire and really dedicate it back into the community through some form of grant program that's really yet to be determined. But that could be anything from a yard improvement grant to painting, landscape improvements, providing house numbers, things of that sort. So I think if we're able to establish that and in combination with the new ordinance that is able to really act more swiftly and effectively, I think that we'll be able to take that and reinvest it into the community in a very positive manner. So with that, we are lucky to have Ms. Attorney Godot present tonight, as well as Code Compliance Administrator Ms. Bosick is present as well. So I'll turn over the microphone to Ms. Godot.
All right. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for having me here tonight. This is really a follow-up on our workshop that we had in January to go through the new proposed ordinance and some policy decisions that we're asking to be made so that we all share in the decision of making it a community of compliance. As we talked about at the workshop, this is to help streamline the code compliance process and try to get more folks involved in bringing their property into compliance voluntarily. So if I can go, is it, Jeff, is it just?
Yeah, we have a remote right here, actually. That's
Perfect. Perfect. If anyone has any questions about the current process as compared to the process we're going to, please let me know. Since we are a little short on time, I'm going to skip straight to the policy decisions that we are bringing forward to you tonight. The first one is the notice process. The current notice process, if a property is found in violation, is to first send out the NOV, which is a notice of violation, that notifies the property owner of a violation. Code and Compliance then issues a non-compliance letter if the property is not brought into compliance. And finally, if the property is still not in compliance, Code Compliance issues a notice of hearing. What we have drafted in the ordinance is to allow for one notice, but it is optional. And if the policy decision of the council is to continue with the 3 notices before you go to a hearing, code compliance will do that, but the ordinance gives them ability to do 1 combined notice at the outset of any code case. That would streamline the process. It would reduce costs to city staff for each code case. We have written the ordinance as an option, but it's really up to this council to direct staff how they want notices to be provided before a case becomes before a special magistrate. The second policy decision we're looking at is administrative fees. Under Florida statute and this proposed ordinance, when a case is brought before the magistrate to find it in violation with the city's code, for your first-time violation, we do not seek administrative fees. The purpose is that any cost to improve the property and come into compliance should be used for that first-time violation. A second-time violation for the same code offense within a 5-year period is considered a repeat violation, and we do seek administrative fees for a repeat violation. We are proposing to maintain that process in the current ordinance that's drafted to allow for property owners to invest in their property at the first-time violation, but to recover the city's out-of-pocket costs for a repeat violation. This is sort of the meat of the big policy decision that we want to focus on tonight. It's a lien reduction. Under the proposed ordinance, the way it will work is the first hearing before the special magistrate will set a fine amount and a compliance date. If the property is not brought into compliance by the compliance date, a fine will begin to accrue. In that first order that the magistrate issues, there will be a statement that a lien will automatically be imposed 20 days after the date of that order unless the property owner requests a second hearing. Other cities in Palm Beach County have adopted this process. Palm Beach County itself has adopted this process. And what happens is that first order becomes a lien on the property after those 20 days. And I tell you from my experience with this process, about 95% of the property owners do not request the second hearing. Part of the reason is the second hearing is only to address the fine amount, and that's within the magistrate's discretion. So typically what happens is the one order gets entered, the 20 days pass for them to request a second hearing, the order gets recorded, and it's automatically a lien on your property. This is a deviation from your current process where we are required to go through 2 separate hearings before we can create the lien. So this streamlines the lien process. So what we're proposing to then do is to give the special magistrate the ability to reduce liens. Currently, lien reductions are within the jurisdiction of the council. The magistrate can reduce fines before they become a lien, but if anything becomes a lien, it would have to come before you for a reduction or a waiver. Under the new process, once the lien gets imposed, under the new ordinance, you would be giving your magistrate the ability to reduce those liens. Now, what we have laid out in the ordinance is a structured reduction. Some cities provide their magistrate with more discretion. The city of Lake Worth Beach has a similar structure that the magistrate has to follow in each reduction. And what we're proposing here is to make a distinction between homestead properties and non-homestead properties. Under the law, homestead properties are protected from foreclosures. So if we have a big code enforcement lien on a homestead property, we cannot foreclose. So what we're attempting to do is to increase their ability to come into compliance and seek a reduction. Because all reductions, they have to be in compliance. Once the property is in compliance, they can seek a reduction. So what we're proposing is to cap the lien amount on a homestead property. Because as you may know, code enforcement liens accrue quickly, and they can accrue as much as $250 per day on the property. That adds up pretty quickly, and oftentimes liens will sit there for 2 or 3 years before anyone will fix up the property and come forward for a reduction. So what we're proposing is you put a cap on it based on the actual value of the homestead property if they only have one lien. If they have more than one lien, then we'd put a $200 cap on the value of the lien. For non-homestead properties, we would put a cap on the lien at a higher percentage, 200% for one lien, 300% for two or more liens. So the way to try to explain this, how it would work, is if I'm a homestead owner and I have a property that's valued by the property appraiser's office at $100,000, but I have one code lien that's $1 million. Once I bring that property into compliance and seek a reduction, we will cap those liens at the true value of the property, which would be $100,000. So that is proposed and laid out in the proposed ordinance. What we're then talking about is once you put the cap on the lien amount, we would allow property owners, whether it's homestead or not, to bring in documented expenses of how they came into compliance. And this is very helpful to the homeowners, especially the homestead property owners, where they do spend out-of-pocket monies to come into compliance with code enforcement to further get a reduction on that lien amount. We would look at those documented expenses and take that down from the cap amount. Then, once you take off those two things, the magistrate's discretion would be to reduce to 5% for non-homestead property owners or to 3% for homestead properties of whatever's left over after you do the cap and after you do expenses. And this sounds kind of convoluted and a lot to go through, but what it creates is a machine that works behind the scenes where there's not a whole lot of discretion, so there's not a lot of arbitrary decisions on who gets a bigger reduction or who doesn't. It's a machine that's created that we have a systematic calculation. It's very transparent. It's in the ordinance. Everybody can read it. We rely on this at other cities, so when someone asks me, well, how does the reduction process work? I can say, look exactly in your ordinance. This is exactly how it will happen. There's a cap. You can also take off expenses, and then there's a percentage that we reduce it to. The next thing, it would be handled similarly, are partial releases. You currently have a resolution on partial releases. This picks up on most of that resolution and also includes the cap on the amount of the liens and imposes a set amount for partial releases. And finally, as Mr. Gagnon mentioned, we would propose a resolution on second reading if this ordinance gets to second reading. The resolution will address the administrative charges that code compliance charges. We are still looking at these amounts because for right there, an application for lien reduction is currently $100. That takes a lot of staff time to review a lien reduction, prepare it for the magistrate, and bring it forward. So that fee may be increased on the final proposed resolution, but we would lay forth in the resolution all the fees to be charged by code compliance, so it's very transparent to the public what fees have to be paid. And then finally, as Mr. Gagnon mentioned, creating a percentage of all code compliance fines and fees to have it set aside for a designated revenue stream for programs that his department could come forward with to assist property owners that need assistance in bringing their property into compliance, or some type of grant program, which there are several other cities in Palm Beach County have adopted a grant assistance program that matches an investment in property to bring up its appearance. So those are the ones. I know I went through them quickly, and it's probably a lot to take in. I can say that it does work well. Certainly, we've seen success with this in Lake Worth Beach, where it does become a machine behind the scenes, but it is very transparent and easily understood by the folks who are coming forward asking for a reduction. So if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them. If you have about the specific ordinance or what I've gone through.
All right. We don't have any public comment cards for this item, correct?
Correct.
All right, do we have any comments from the board?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Godot. I appreciate your work on this, but I'm sad to say I don't like any of what you just proposed. That doesn't help anybody come into compliance. We're talking about lien reductions, and I really was hoping that we get to a point, and I mentioned this to the manager, of us perhaps exploring the idea of injunctive relief in a circuit court and also a writ of bodily attachment, because if you have people who just don't want to follow the code or just disregard whatever notices and violations, that doesn't pertain to them. You know, I want to really get to the people that are just bad actors, and this makes the quality of life terrible for everyone else. I think that's important, but I'm more concerned with addressing, you know, an immediate fix for some of these code enforcement issues that we're seeing. You know, and then too, there is really, you know, I'm less concerned about the process of how we reduce the liens. My focus is on trying to eradicate the violation altogether. And that is a ways down the line. And if I thought I seen something in here that says a lien can only last for 20 years. Literally, Ms. Godot, why I'm not concerned with that, I actually came across a property owner, and I think Ms. Bostic know who it is. He says to me, he doesn't care. It's homesteaded. They'll never take it. And he plans on letting that lien stay on there for 20 years. So it's just like, you know, what is the lien reduction going to do to that guy? You know, what is these fines going to do to him? Absolutely nothing. So, you know, I think it's good work, and I think it will help people who in good faith want to get it done. But we have a chronic problem with individuals who just have no regard to, you know, taking care of their property. So I know I would like to see some more work done on this. And I would ask, and I asked this of the manager, have you seen municipalities that have those provisions in their code that allows them to get injunctive relief from a circuit court?
Yes. Well, you would have that option regardless of whether you go through code compliance or not. I think we talked about the workshop that you've got a tool belt of options that you can use on any property. And I think what you have hit on exactly are the limitations of code compliance. Because as you mentioned, if it's a homestead property, that lien will sit there for 20 years if it's the type of property owner you're talking about, and there's nothing we can do about that from a code compliance standpoint. But that would not prevent the city from going straight down to circuit court and filing for injunctive relief, especially if it's a public nuisance, it creates health and life safety issues. You always have that option.
But I thought it has to be prescribed specifically in our code.
It does not. It does not. It's always an option that you have. You can go after a public nuisance. It's helpful if you've gone through a code compliance case and you can show we've taken them through this process and they have done nothing. But if it's truly a public nuisance, you always have the ability to seek injunctive relief against someone. The problem is that becomes expensive because there's oftentimes you're not going to be able to recover attorney's fees, so you will be paying out of pocket to go after that type of offender. What I think we talked about at the workshop is looking at other available ordinances that I think are coming forward that would be within your tool belt to then take the person through the next step of another process to start making it uncomfortable for them to continue to operate in the fashion that they are.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I may, and this is obviously when we talked about the modifications to the code compliance process and notification and how we operate, but then following that is the chronic nuisance and the nuisance abatement program and putting some teeth into that program to really effectuate some of the change that Councilman McCoy has articulated. And so that provides us a little bit more teeth, and then obviously the opportunity to go and seek injunctive relief if that's something that we want to move forward. But putting some of those policies and procedures in place, I think, are going to cure or at least make it extremely problematic for those folks that are the chronic bad actors in our community.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yeah, okay.
Madam Chair, is there any issues with regards to staff bringing forward the ordinance with the changes that have been articulated
both at the workshop and have been communicated here this evening.
Go ahead.
So I did have a concern about the automatic. I don't like the automatic after 20 days, the automatic lien assessment after 20 days. Because, you know, I really want to err on the side of giving people due process. And literally I had an individual that I came and got an extension application for, and I walked it to her house because she had been in the nursing home. And, you know, you would probably find a situation similar to that where a person really truly hasn't gotten a notice, and then they come out of a nursing home to find out they have a lien. That just seems, in this, you know, quite terrible to get a lien off if somebody really truly doesn't know. So the automatic, I just didn't necessarily agree with.
And to answer that question, it actually came out of case law, this 20-day option after the first hearing, that provides the due process on the property owner to then go ahead and request a second hearing. Like I said, most of them don't request a second hearing because all they're really talking about at that point is the fine amount. The violation has been established. If they don't appeal the finding of violation, then really all they're talking about is the fine amount that the magistrate imposed. So the hearing is very limited in its purpose, but
By what, though? Is that by our code?
it's by statute and our code. We follow Chapter 162, Part 1, and all the second hearing is to give the property owner the ability to say, I would like the fine amount reduced that the magistrate imposed, and at that point, the magistrate looks at three things: what the property owner's done to come into compliance, their past history of code violations, and the severity of the violation. Typically, the magistrate doesn't change their mind at the second hearing unless the property owner has gone above and beyond to try to bring it into compliance. Then at that point, the magistrate may actually reduce the fine amount. But if the property's not in compliance at that point, it then will proceed to a lien. So a lot of times that's why the second hearing is not requested, because especially for those bad actors that you were talking about who have done nothing to bring the property into compliance, it's hard to come back before the magistrate and ask for a lower fine amount where you've had, usually by that time, over 30 days to take some action to bring the property in compliance, and they've done nothing. So I think that's why a lot of cities and the county have moved to that automatic process, because they're just not getting a lot of value out of having to have that second hearing, take up your magistrate's time to go through that process. And I don't think internally Ms. Bostic's shop is going to change how they go through the notice process. And believe me, they go above and beyond. And when we do our review sessions, we make sure we've done everything we can to contact the folks if we're just getting no response.
Okay. The box downstairs that has the violations that says we attempted to contact you, what stage is that?
So that can be at the notice of violation stage or the notice of hearing stage. Now, by statute, we have to attempt service by certified mail, and if we don't get that back in time that it's been claimed, then we can go forward with posting. The posting has to be in two places. The posting is on the property that has the violation, and then the posting is downstairs at City Hall, and that's by Florida statute.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that. I just really don't want to take the automatic. I don't want the automatic. I mean, you know, if somebody comes in and then they only have those three standards that they have to convince a magistrate for, I at least want to give them that, because a lien is forever until, I guess, the body takes action on it, or they pay it off, or they get a lien reduction to something. But I just don't want to. You know, I know I've really seen people that really can't do it or have some extenuating circumstances as to why they couldn't do it, but I just want to afford them the opportunity to do a fine reduction. And I'm sorry, not a fine reduction, afford them the opportunity to go in and discuss the fine and, you know, the severity of it, you know, and that sort of thing. That's my only concern. And I mean, it may make for a better process for you guys, but ultimately, I don't want to rob anybody of, I mean, if they truly want to bring their property into compliance, I think, you know, we should definitely assist in that, and, you know, a little less punitive in nature, because once the lien goes on, it's, you know, it's pretty much over at that point.
Yeah, and the only thing I would add to that is just keep in mind, we give them at least 2 bites at the apple before you get to the first hearing in terms of notice and opportunity to come
I'm
and
aware,
complain.
Ms. Godot. I know sometimes you have to tell people 10 times
Right,
to
exactly.
pay their regular monthly water bill. So I can imagine that code compliance goes above, what's the bare minimum. That's all I have.
All righty, so do we have a consensus to bring you this item back to the next meeting?
And Madam Chair, is there a desire from the board to consider the argument that Councilman McCoy made with respect to the automatic element associated, because it will determine how we effectively draft the ordinance that would come back, so.
Is it possible for you to kind of talk with us individually about what those options would look like?
Yeah,
and,
we can have some conversations, yeah.
Okay, okay. All right. You're the reason why we're pressing ourselves right now. You're gonna look at your watch with me? I mean, really? It's like, yeah, I know that. Okay, exactly. We have like a couple minutes left. Now, it was 21. We are going to move that, or we're going to ask for an extension of time to get to that one?
Those are just general updates for informational purposes. If
Okay.
it's the desire of the board, we can certainly provide that as part of your next city council meeting.
Okay. If everybody's okay, nobody's making an announcement unless we're all gonna get announcements. So you weren't trying to do
No,
an
I don't want an
announcement?
announcement.
Okay.
No, I don't want an announcement.
All right.
I just want to be sure that we're moving forward on this derelict. This is very important to.
Yes, the policy is in place and we're moving forward with it. This
Okay.
is just an
Just
opportunity to inform the
okay,
board what
as
we're
long as we're
doing.
doing it, I'm good.
Yeah.
All right. So if we're not doing any extension, with that, we stand adjourned.